Good evening. I'd like to call tonight's Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Give everybody a chance to get settled. As normal, we will start our meeting with our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Please stand. Dear Heavenly Father, give you thanks for bringing us here tonight. We thank you for the warmer weather. We thank you, dear Heavenly Father, for safe travel and ask that you be with everyone as they travel home this evening. Keep them safe. And we ask that you lead us in the purpose of being here to make wise decisions for this county, to lead us into a prosperous future. These things we pray in your name. Amen. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to thank everybody for being understanding with our crazy meeting last month or 2 weeks ago. There are some readjustments to the agenda, gentlemen. We are going to proceed as best we can, but we are hoping that Mr. Seeley and Mr. Underwood will be joining us shortly, but there are a couple of things that we may decide to skip over and come back to if they are not here, because there are a couple of things that, topics on the agenda that they want to be included in. So we may be hopping around, so there's plenty of copies of the agenda. And we are going also to squeeze in a closed session in between a couple of topics at one time. So again, we're going to play moving parts to the best of our ability. So we will start this now with introductions. To my right is Mr. Black. From Western Carolina, Mr. Thomas from Mattaponi. I am Nancy Long from Port Royal District. Mr. Clay Forehand, excuse me, Mr. Clay Forehand from Madison. All right. So presentations and reports. Our first presentation tonight, does anybody have any other amendments to the agenda? Oh, okay, thank you. Opening board comments. Mr. Black, you have some news we want to share?
Yeah, so every year counties put in for projects that they would like funded through the state for roads. And so we have a transportation board here that's worked hard on this. Mr. Hughes has been very integral in this, so thank you, Mr. Hughes. One of these projects started actually because of Major Mosier, and then of course our VDOT representative, Kyle Bates. So I'll just read, it's a smart scale funding recommended for Caroline County. We are happy to share that the staff from the Commonwealth of Virginia office and the Secretary of Transportation has recommended funding for 2 Caroline County smart scale road improvements for fiscal year 2026. Funding in the amount of $7 million, $7,085,483 has been recommended for safety improvements to Page Road and Marie Road intersection on Route 1. This project will construct left turn lanes for the northbound and southbound directions along Route 1 for the turning movements at Route 605 intersection and at the 605 intersection. The northbound right turn radius from Route 1 to Route 605 will also be improved for safer turning movement. Funding in the amount of $9 million has been recommended to install turn lanes at the entrance of Lake Caroline on Route 1. This project will construct a northbound left turn lane and southbound right turn lane on Route 1 at Lake Caroline Drive intersection and other improvements designed to eliminate confusion. The Caroline projects were selected from 34 district applications submitted in Smart Scale Round 6 and represent 50% of the applications recommended for the Fredericksburg district. In fact, we were talking about this with Mr. Bates. The Page Road, Marie Road, Route 1 intersection application was the highest Smart CDL application in the Commonwealth of Virginia for safety. The Lake Caroline turn lanes project ranked in the top 15 in the state. No matching funds from Caroline County are required from either project. The next step in the process is consideration and adoption by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The CTB will consider potential revisions to staff recommendations from February to April, hold public hearings from April to May, and develop a consensus funding scenario in May and adopt a 6-year plan in June. Given the high scores of both projects and safety factors involved, we are cautiously optimistic that both projects will receive approval by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So that is really, really huge news. I remember going back in the beginning, and then we were talking about that when we had I think a couple of years ago, Major Mosier, we had a fatality there in an accident, and both of them, they got together numbers for Mrs. Long and myself with that. So this is huge news for Caroline, because that's $16 million in funding that we don't have to, we as the county board don't have to put in for ourselves, and it makes our roads safer. Second thing, and I'll be brief on this, the Polar Bear Plunge is scheduled for Saturday, the Caroline County Polar Bear Plunge. However, Lake Landor is still frozen really pretty thick, and we don't want people getting shards of ice when they try to jump in the water. So we're most likely looking at postponing it for 2 weeks. So I'll put something out there on that, but I just don't want to 100% cancel until we see the lake tomorrow, but it's not looking good for this Saturday. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, I have a few. If perhaps Mr. Cully, when he does the review, can give us the status of the Board of Assessors. I know the assessment was supposed to be finished this month, and people are starting to ask when will they have a chance to speak in front of the Board of Assessors. So if you can give us that, I'd appreciate it. Something I had for a couple of weeks ago, VCU has released a study which states how hard it is to keep public safety folks, in particular in their case, with fire and medical services. So I wanted to congratulate the board and the citizens of the county for the foresight of overstaffing our sheriff's department and our fire and rescue, so that when people leave, we're still at full staff. So we have to keep that up, Sheriff, and I think the chief is out, but great job for you guys there. And last but not least, very sad news, our neighbor and friend, Mrs. Myrtle Alsop of King and Queen, passed away yesterday. She was the wife of the former supervisor, Raymond Alsop, and the mother of current supervisor, Sharon Alsop. So I extend our sympathies to her family, and they've been good friends of Caroline and all those here. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Forehand.
Just wanted to second Mr. Black's optimism, cautious optimism, but that is a huge win for Caroline County if both those projects are funded. That's an exceptionally good news. And I would make a recommendation, if you give Mr. Black a redneck, a chainsaw, and a 12-pack of beer, and that area for the polar plunge be open by noon tomorrow. That's all the comments. Thank you.
You jumping in this year?
I'll have
You're going to think about it.
arm brace,
Oh.
not conducive to water.
Oh, that's true. All right. I guess it'd be up to Mr. Black to do it then. Oh,
I think Mr. Thomas volunteered last year, if I recall correctly.
One more time. Last time, and I want to make sure everybody who knows me understands. Mr. Thomas does not do cold, okay? He will do hot. I'll be out there in 105 degrees, but right now I'm cold, if anybody wants to know.
I'm cold too.
No.
It's cold up here. And I'm not doing it, so. All right, that takes us, we are going to go now to our presentations and reports. And our first presentation is a presentation to our Sheriff's Department. So who do I have doing that?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Todd Klingenpill. I'm the program manager for the Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission. I'm here this evening on behalf of Terrence Cole, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and Jackson Miller, the Director of the Department of Criminal Justice Services. Back on October 22nd, I sent a team of highly trained assessors to take a look at every aspect of your sheriff's office. Everything from administration to operations to training to personnel. In doing so, they looked at over 192 standards, over 570 individual bullets, and that's remarkable. I don't know if you know this or not, but in the Commonwealth of Virginia, there's over 400 agencies that are eligible to be accredited, and currently there's only 112 agencies that are accredited through the Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission. That team of assessors rode with officers and deputies, interviewed people within the community. They took a look at property and evidence, files, finances, everything that they could look at within your sheriff's office. And some of the things they came back with in their report were these comments. The sheriff's office is operating at a high level of integrity, professionalism, and accountability. They also said that your sheriff's office is upholding the highest standards of professionalism in law enforcement that they've seen across the Commonwealth of Virginia. Think about that. That's a testament to every citizen here in Caroline County. They said that throughout the entire time that they were here for 3 days, there was nothing but a positive atmosphere within the sheriff's office and everybody that they spoke with, rode with, and interviewed. They said it was a collaborative attitude. Everybody worked as a team throughout the sheriff's office. They were knowledgeable. They displayed extensive knowledge of the sheriff's policies and procedures and carried them out one by one each and every day. I want to tell you that your sheriff's office and the members of your sheriff's office showed great pride in their responsibilities. Looking back, your sheriff's office was first accredited on August 19th, 2008. Since then, they've maintained their accreditation. That says a lot. It says a lot to you all as a board, but also to all the citizens of Caroline County. This evening, on behalf of the Valesky Commission, I want to go ahead and present the certificate of accreditation to Sheriff Mosier and his staff, and let him finish out saying a few words of the time that I have here. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here this evening. Congratulations. Thank you.
It's quite an honor to be up here today. Couldn't be here without the staff. I mean, we've got Carl Eichenmiller, Captain Angel Lambert, and Tanisha Middlebrook. Sorry about that. They have been a tremendous force when it comes to the accreditation. They are so committed to that. And it's so important to everyone to be as professional as you can be. And what do they say? Be the best you can be. And that's what we strive to do at the Sheriff's Office. And these guys will make it happen. I'm so proud of them and everyone in the department, as well as the board and everything you've done for the Sheriff's Office. It has really radiated in our accomplishment of this accreditation. So thank you for that. And we really appreciate it. And if you look at it, the accreditation, it is the best policies and procedures that are out there today that the Sheriff's Office is functioning under. So what does that do for the county and the citizens of Caroline? If you're operating on the best policies and procedures, your civil liability is very low. So as far as any type of civil liability, it helps the county as well as, you know, the budget. So it's very important to have the best policies and procedures. And it just couldn't happen without the staff. They've done a fantastic job. I want to thank you all so much. All right.
Thank you very much for all you do for Caroline. We're so proud of you all.
Thank you.
And you coming up for a picture?
Sure.
right, now if I can stop smiling long enough to get the next one out. Our next presentation is on the new GIS website capabilities, and we're going to hear from our planning director, Mr. Hughes, to tell us what magical things the new GIS improvements can do.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm only going to do the introduction of Mr. Jamie Christian, who is the founder and CEO of Civic Vanguard Solutions, our vendor of our GIS website. And I can only say I truly appreciate Jamie's efforts towards this new website. And to also note that this upgrade did not cost the citizens any money, and is going to be a great enhancement and provide a lot of additional tools to the citizens of Caroline County. And I also want to thank Court Caldwell, who is our GIS person on staff, who was integral in helping this come to fruition. And thank him for all of his hard work towards the daily activities of keeping the GIS system running. And with that, I will introduce Mr. Jamie Christian.
Mr. Hughes, before you go, you said it didn't cost the county any money. Why is that? Are we a beta test site, or we're so nice he gave it to us?
I can speak to that. So I'll let James.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. So my name is Jamie Christensen. As Leon said, I'm the founder and CEO of Civic Vanguard. So to answer your question, Mr. Thomas, so my company, Civic Vanguard, took over the GIS website from another firm, Geodecisions, about 1.5 years ago. And as you all know, that site had not been upgraded in many years. And so part of that commitment and that ability to take over the site is we made a commitment at no cost to upgrade the county to the latest version of our software so that you would be brought up to date essentially with the latest and greatest tools. So that normally there would be a cost for that implementation, but we waived that cost because of the transfer, and honestly because the county had been working with that site that was adequate, but it was pretty antiquated too.
So now we're just on a maintenance contract.
Correct. Yes, sir. That's right.
Thank you.
So pleased to just give you guys a very short demonstration and then answer any questions you might have about our web capabilities. So if you go to the website, which is available through the county webpage and also at caroline.civ.quest, you can be brought to a page that shows the county boundary. And then importantly, you're given a search bar at the top. One of the things I want to say, we are looking at this on a desktop tool. The new site is fully capable on a mobile browser. So if you're using this from your phone, it has GPS capabilities, so you can zoom to your location in the county. And on that search bar, I can search by the owner name, by an address, or by a tax map number. So I can just start typing in, for instance, an address. So I typed in 234, and it brought a list of addresses that met that match instantly. And then I can click on the address that meets my criteria, and it will zoom directly to that parcel on the map. And find that location for me. So we can see that parcel location that came on the map. And then it will bring up for me the ownership information on the right-hand side. So what we see here is the property boundary on the left, and then the property card is on the right. At any point, I can click on a printer-friendly version of that. Well, let me use my left click here. And we'll bring up a property card view. So this is the property card that I could just print on a home printer, or if I'm a real estate agent, I could share with my client, or if I'm doing site development work, I have all the information I need for that property right there. So it gives me the property information, valuation, building information, scale bar, all the things you would expect to see on a map. And what you saw there was really basically 3 clicks. I typed in the address, I clicked on the location, and then I clicked on that link to get to that property information. So what we're trying to do is provide the citizens and your stakeholders with a really easy way to get to the information that they're interested in. I can click on parcels that are adjacent to that parcel, and if I click on the adjacent parcel, it'll then bring back the information for that parcel. So let me go ahead and click on that. And then the ownership information for that parcel will appear on the right. And again, I can click on that printer-friendly version, or I can look at the information by scrolling on the map. We have a number of additional tools that are available. So for instance, if I'm interested in learning more about properties in the county, I could say, let me look for all the properties that are between 100 and 150 acres in size. So this is going to query our GIS database and actually run a query for all the parcels that are between 100 and 150 acres. And we'll zoom to the properties that are there. And then I can see these as a list. So it brings back all those individual properties sorted. And then if I want to investigate a property, I can simply click on it and it will zoom to that property and bring up its property card on the right-hand side. And you can see from the list of queries that we have on our filter, you can, whoop, I clicked the wrong button, sorry. You can do additional searches by the year build or the sale date. So if you're looking to research real estate in the county or you're doing economic development work, this is a really critical tool and a really important part of the toolkit that the county has to bring development, bring progress, bring real estate to the county. So we're really excited about putting it out there. Lots of additional tools are available. I don't have the time, I think, today to really spend with all of them, but I'll just show you one that's a lot of fun. That's a profile tool. So in the state, there is a statewide LiDAR data set, and LiDAR is essentially where they shoot down radar, right, to get very accurate information. And so with this tool here, I can actually draw a line on the map. So I can start to draw a line. And it will actually go to that LiDAR data and bring back the elevation information for that LiDAR and show it to me on here as an elevation profile. And so what you see here is actually an elevation profile of that line that I drew on the map. And so that allows for me, if I'm doing site work or engineering work, I can actually get a sense, a lay of the land, so to speak. And again, if I wanted to adjust that, I could adjust that information and bring it here, and it will reset that value for me on the map. I can export this out with an interval. So if I'm an engineer, if I'm doing site selection work, I can really get a sense of what's happening. I can get slope, other things about the property that are really critical. And this is a 4 centimeter LiDAR product, so it's very, very accurate. So with that, I just wanted to give you all a quick demonstration. We're really excited to partner with the county. We appreciate this opportunity. Our firm is based in Richmond, so we're just down the road. And we work with about 24 localities in Virginia, and proud to have Caroline as one of those partners that we have. So happy to answer questions.
Jamie, can you show us one more thing, which
Yes,
you
sir.
didn't have before, is you can actually measure with this new map. So
That's right.
I tried it before. It's a little cumbersome when you try.
So I can measure on the map by clicking on my measure tool, and then I have the option to measure with a line or with a polygon. And so the goal here with this tool is for me to be able to click on the location of the property and actually start to measure it. So I can say, go in here and just draw a polygon on the map, and that will go ahead and do that here with a new measure. I'll try with a line. Sorry, I'm having a hard time without a mouse.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to prove it was there, which wasn't there before. And I had that concern with trying to click the first time. But you got it. Oh, you had it.
I had it and lost.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it works. It's there.
Yep. See if I can get my new measurement to come through. I apologize. I'm not sure why on this device with my mouse I'm not able to click on the map.
Well, Jamie, my first job was to try to break software, and I broke this the first time because if you click on the polygon, it doesn't give you a space. But if you click on one of the corners of the polygon, then you can measure.
Well done.
And I won't even charge for that.
Other questions?
Ms. Long.
Mr. Black.
Matter of fact, I had a real estate agent in my district actually text me the other day and said he was having a hard time with the new system, and especially pulling up 2 addresses. So if someone's having a problem with the system, are they reaching out to you or are they talking to the county?
Yeah, so we have a help page on the website, so there's an ability for you to click in here and actually connect with us here through our user guide, but we have a support at civicvanguard.com is how folks can reach us directly. with any questions that they might have.
Is there any phone number that they can directly call you?
So we have a phone number on our website where they can call us directly. So
Okay.
feel free, and I can leave my card here, and you can share that with him, and
Yes.
he or she can reach us out to us
Thank
with
you.
any questions.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, now we are going to skip appointments because we're still missing 2 supervisors. Do we go to closed session at this time, Mr.? Consent agenda? Okay. So that takes us down to consent agenda. And that's the minutes, our warrants, and the purchase for the solid waste convenience sites. Do I have discussion on that or a presentation?
Yeah, I was looking for information on C and did not see that in our packet.
Can anybody tell us what we're looking at as far as putting at the sites for for the restrooms?
You
Joey's
should have a
coming.
memo in the packet. Is it not in everyone's packet?
No, he wants to know what type.
No, I don't. The warrants, I got economic. I don't have anything. Unless it was in the envelope and I just didn't see it. No, okay. No. My C is empty. With an absolute F. Okay. Thank you. I did have it.
Mr. Sheboy, are these going to be replacing the, like in Port Royal, we have like a little tool shed that is there where they stay warm and cool?
Yes,
This will just sit outside, or are we replacing the whole unit?
it'll replace that whole unit. So this unit will set on the ground. It has a bathroom built into the office space, and it has its own holding tank. So we wouldn't have to install drain fields. So it'll be pumped about once a month to be able to cleaned out, and it just hooks to water and power, and it meets the standards to be able to use for continuous use. Currently, we're using porta-johns, and as you know, we've been told by the health department that we really shouldn't be using those at the current sites, and they will not allow any future sites to come in for continuous use having porta-johns. They're just temporary. So we've been asking in the CIP, and this is a way to try to get a jump start. So 3 of them are what we can fit on a trailer for shipping. So we've included 3 of them now, and then hoping in the CIP coming for the upcoming fiscal year, we can get the other 3 so that we would have actual bathrooms as well as a new office space for each of the convenience sites. A lot of our employees work 12-hour shifts, so during the day, especially during this cold weather, having to use a porta-john is not very good.
Yeah.
So this will provide a conditioned space for an office as well as the bathrooms. They are modular units, so we'll put a concrete pad down, it'll set on the ground, and then in the future, if we need to move it, we can pick it up and move it to a new site, so they're very convenient to be able to move.
Very good. I'm sure they're going to appreciate it. And
Absolutely.
will we use the old little places, buildings for like storage of brooms and dustpans and?
So ones that we can, we'll end up moving those to the Bowling Green site, and then if it becomes that we can't find a use, we'll put them on GovDeal and try to sell them.
A sheet,
Yes, sir.
small little panel and just run wire to them from a meter?
Yeah, it's a 30 amp RV connection that goes to it. So it's got a small RV air conditioner that sits on top of it for heating and cooling, and a few outlets inside, so computers and things like that, a light. And then it does have a little ejector pump for the bathroom.
So there's water.
So you'll hook up water to it. You hook up water. You'll use potable water to it. So it needs a hookup like an RV. So you would have a 30 amp RV type plug, as well as hooking up water to it. So we've already got water to all the sites. There's a well for wash down anyway. So we'll be bringing that over to be able to use water in each of these. So they'll have running water.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions for items on the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Thomas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Closed session. At this time, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting pursuant to the consultation with legal counsel and litigation exceptions for section 2.2, 3711, A7, A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation of the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding potential zoning action and litigation involving the county, where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the board's litigating posture. Do I have second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Thomas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will adjourn and be back shortly. Recess. Be back shortly. board members' knowledge that only public business matters lawfully accepted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. May I have a motion? A second. All in favor?
Aye.
That brings us,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I do so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
I so certify.
And I so certify.
Thank you. Okay. That brings us to public comments, correct? So public comments are for anything that is not a public hearing on tonight's agenda that you would like to bring before the board. We ask that you state your name and your voting district, and if you have anything you'd like to discuss or at this time, please come forward. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Hello, Mary.
Good evening, Chairwoman Long, members of the board. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. I printed out the email I mailed you earlier today, mostly for Mrs. Long's benefit. I'm not sure how regularly you check your email, but I respectfully ask that this board submit a resolution opposing House Bill 2126, House Bill 2438, and Senate Bill 1190. Proposed legislation that will not only revoke local authority on siting solar, but create a state siting board that will approve denied solar applications, revoke local restrictive ordinances, enable developers to litigate denials and are guaranteed to win, and create a university siting board that seeks to revoke setback and other expensive ordinances that counties have worked relentlessly to adopt to protect each individual locality. I know for a fact that Caroline is one of the counties being targeted specifically by the developers who are angry that the statewide denial rate on solar is 80% and rising, and they are losing money. This land and community destructive industry is trying to sell a bad product that doesn't work, and when it does, it is at less than 20% of its rated capacity. Supporters of the bills are trying to make the bills appear to be watered down, but rather they are quite concentrated and seek to drive a nail deep into the heart of each county's comprehensive plan. I also urge you to implore Joe Lurch with Virginia Association of Counties, as well as Farm Bureau, to reverse their 180-degree belly-up stances on these draconian bills. Oh, sorry. And stand up for rural counties and not acquiesce to the solar developers' corrupt demands into Virginia, county governance, and my democratic process. You may be aware that there is a failed applicant to this county waiting like a wolf for this legislation to pass so that they may bypass our local regulations. You are my elected officials representing us, and I urge your support. Thank you so much, and I hope you will listen to and act on my and other citizens' request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comment? Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no others, public comment is now closed. So we will move forward to public hearing.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Good evening, Bruce.
The first public hearing tonight is a text amendment, TXT 04-2024, which, as you all should recall, we have been discussing this and looking at this for several months. And we started off with a simple proposed change to just increase the dimensions of parking spaces and aisles, and the text amendment before you tonight has been adjusted to propose several options based on whether the parking is parallel or standard spaces, and then if whether it's associated with a specific angle. So you originally held a public hearing on September the 10th, 2024. There was some public comment received at that meeting, which is one reason we have made some adjustments to this text amendment. And in November, you okayed what had been prepared by staff to move forward for public hearing. Since that time, the Planning Commission has held another public hearing on this. They held their public hearing on December the 19th, and at that meeting, they recommended approval of this text amendment. There have been some minor adjustments to what you saw or what was presented back in November. Based on some additional discussion staff has had several times with fire and rescue staff. The amendment that we presented back in November proposed some aisles that were going to be less than 18 feet in width. Based on what we had seen in other jurisdictions' ordinances, but we learned from fire and rescue that the fire code recommends a minimum 18 feet for fire lanes. So this text amendment tonight does not propose any aisles less than 18 feet in width, and that was presented to the Planning Commission, and that is part of their recommendation for approval. Another thing to mention is that since the Planning Commission has seen this text amendment and held their public hearing in December, staff has added two definitions to the text amendment just to strengthen this amendment and clarify some terms that are being used. So you should see some definitions for alley and drive aisle are included in this text amendment. And before I conclude my presentation, I just want to note that some of the proposed language in the strike-through was affected by track changes in preparing this in Microsoft Word. So the strike-through language that begins with the words two-way/roads drives, we were originally proposing to strike that paragraph in its entirety, but after discussion, we do need to retain a standard in the ordinance for areas of a site that may not be contained within a parking area. So that language needs to read driveways and drive aisles without parking spaces shall be 22 feet in width. So staff just wants to note the correction to that language. That is what we would like to recommend be adopted tonight. We haven't received any public comment as of this time, and that's going to include my presentation. I can try to address questions you might have.
I have questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, gentlemen? Ms. Forehand.
I see the definition of alley. Is there a current standard, the pre-20 feet standard width for an alley?
There is not. The subdivision ordinance speaks to alleys, but it does not outline a minimum dimensions or requirements.
Are you familiar with Ladysmith Village and how it's constructed?
Yes.
So an alley as it's designed, so those would be a minimum of 20 feet now, if that were to be constructed?
Yes, if it were proposed today, yes.
Okay, because they're currently about 12 or less. Not a lot of space there. Okay.
That has been part of the concern expressed from fire and rescue staff.
Okay. And we have or we have not already adopted the 22-foot and the 18-foot spaces and things like that, or is this the public hearing for that adoption?
This is the public hearing for that.
Okay, because I know we've talked about it a couple of times. It's just the mind gets cloudy on what we've actually approved and not approved sometimes. Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I did one. Just to make sure, Mr. Robinson, Fire and Rescue did approve or did concur that this was a good number? Or these were good numbers?
They did concur.
Okay. The chief's not here. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. My only question is there was a request by the Fergusburg builders to defer, to give them time to reply. We certainly are not beholding to that, but what's the board's pleasure at this moment to go ahead and approve or to?
We should open up the public hearing.
Okay, I was wondering if we should include that with the public hearing. All right. Okay. So at this time, if there's anyone that would like to come up and speak about the changes of the parking development regulations, they could come forward at this time. Is there anyone that would like to speak on text amendment 042024? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. All right, gentlemen, questions, comments?
I'll go back to what I said before. I'm adding 2 feet to the parking space length and adding 2 feet to the aisle is 4 feet, which I think is a lot. I like the adding the 2 feet to the aisle, and I think that's a better solution personally, and I think it meets with the intent of the comments from the Builders Association and Tricord and amongst others, because there were 2 letters submitted on that behalf, and I actually agree with them. So again, gives us two more feet than what we have currently as a minimum. So.
Is Tricord Ladysmith Village or is that just Pendleton? Not Ladysmith Village.
Planning, I have a question in that, and maybe we need one of the fire chiefs out here. How much bigger now are fire engines than they were when the original ordinance was put out? I mean, they're more than 2 feet wider than the older engines. Does anyone know?
I'm not sure I can speak to the equipment, but today they need 18 feet to be able to deploy their apparatus.
Any other comments? Any other questions? I will entertain a motion.
I was going to go with Clay's recommendation.
What's that?
You had a recommendation to make it bigger?
Smaller.
To accept the increased width of the aisle, but not the increased length of the space. And we have an option to defer.
We deferred this, we deferred this.
For like 3 months.
Yeah, we've deferred this several times, and they keep on wanting to defer it.
Well, I have a question just to make sure. Your compromise or counter proposal was to decrease the width, but not the length. And I thought the length was the problem with fire and rescue because they were sticking out.
My proposal was to increase the width of the aisle and not add on to that 2 more feet for the length of the spaces.
So stay at 18 feet, not go to 20.
So it's still a net gain of 2 feet instead of a net gain of potentially 4 feet. Because anything that's 4 feet of additional asphalt that you would have to do for the, essentially the same space.
Brad, would you tell me the fire equipment now needs to stabilize itself?
18 feet.
Is that just the engine, or are you talking the brace? What do you call the things that come down to
Outriggers,
stabilize it?
that would be with outriggers fully deployed. And just so we know, we don't have any of those in the county at the moment.
At the moment,
although we have one on
but
order.
we got a ladder truck on order, so.
And the ladder trucks are what has those, not the engines. So.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I was just wondering, the ladder truck, when we get the ladder truck, how wide that is when it's deployed, because that has to have those footers, things that come down, whatever the technical term is. So does anybody have any idea how much space if we were putting a ladder up to get somebody out of a 3-story townhouse that's on fire, how much space they would need to get that rig set up?
I think that's the 18 feet.
That's the 18 feet up to my knowledge. That's the 18 feet that's needed for that.
For not just a regular engine, but for a ladder engine also. Okay.
Madam Chair, may I also say, it's also an issue of when that rigging is out, the firefighters do need space to operate and move around the rigging as well. So that's also part of the consideration.
Anyone want to make a motion, or you want to defer? Mr. Thomas, you have your light on. Are you going to make a motion or not?
Oh, I'd left it on.
I do have one question. Looking at these strikeouts, was the proposal initially 26 feet? And it's been reduced down to 24?
That's correct.
To 22?
That's correct.
It was 24 feet.
Well, currently the ordinance requires 26 feet in residential development, and it allows a minimum of 22 feet in commercial.
Okay.
So in some sense, this amendment is reducing the aisle width from 26 to 24 feet, based if they're utilizing the options for the angled parking.
Well, I don't want that. I mean, that's the problem we have in Ladysmith Village right now, where they have parallel parking. Is that considered 90-degree parking or 180-degree parking?
So it's going to depend on if we're talking about parallel parking just versus standard parking. So for standard parking, if they're proposing a 90-degree angle, it would be a slightly less aisle width of 24 feet instead of 26 feet.
Okay, I don't want that. What about parallel?
The ordinance doesn't address parallel parking in Article 13. There are some graphics in the ordinance that would imply that you could have a minimum 12-foot aisle in parallel parking, which staff does not recommend. We do recommend a minimum 18 feet.
As do I, yeah.
So the 18 feet is reflected in the table for parallel parking spaces.
It appears that I'm not clear with this, with the details completely.
So just for clarity, just to make sure, when using the tables, they would have to select the option based on whether they're proposing parking to be on one side of the aisle or both sides of the aisle. So some of those dimensions vary if parking is only on one side versus both. When it's on both, then the wider aisle is required or proposed.
Now, you said, Mr. Robinson, that Fire and Rescue agreed with the numbers you're proposing here, but Mr. Forehand is asking to make the lengths shorter. We don't know if Fire and Rescue would agree with the length being shorter, do we?
The feedback from Fire and Rescue is mainly concerned about the aisle width, which we've made sure the 18 feet reflects their concern.
Okay. Well, without the chief here to actually confirm everything, I think, we agree that it's something we need to do. I'm caught between, especially after seeing the figures from Pendleton. Do we allow more parking spaces for them as the developer with the possibility of having an issue with Fire and Rescue? And that's the issue I have, and I'd just like more confirmation for Fire and Rescue. So I hate to do this, but I'm going to ask if we can defer this or make a motion to defer this one more time to our February meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion, a second to defer until our February meeting. Hopefully the chief will be back then, get some more insight, look at these diagrams, and he'll have all the figures for the equipment at that time. Do I have a motion and a second? All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye. Pass.
Just, Mr. Robinson, some clarity. I've got one page. If there are illustrative graphics somewhere else that I'm not seeing them, and I'm not saying I don't miss things, because that's been proven tonight already.
The graphics were not a part of this amendment. They are contained in another article of the zoning ordinance. I'd be glad to share that with you.
Okay. Because
you don't have the picture she has?
I have that, but that's an example of Pendleton.
She's got like 5 of them, or 4 of them.
Yeah,
Okay,
those are site drawings, site plans of specific neighborhoods, not the actual. For parallel parking on both sides of the street, your aisle is this.
Right.
And for 45-degree parking on one side, it's this, and 2 sides, it's that. That's gotcha.
So the graphics included in the packet were the illustration that Tri-Court was trying to provide of how the amendment would affect the impervious area.
Sorry to be difficult. So.
Thank you.
All right.
So it takes us to number 5. Have we heard anything from our missing board members yet?
Just keep going.
Okay,
It's kind of easy.
all right, we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Your second public hearing tonight is SPEX 02-2024 NBL Auto Repair. The applicant's requesting approval of a special exception permit for minor auto repair pursuant to Article 9, Section 3.20 of the Caroline County Zoning Ordinance. The subject property, tax map 26-A-30, is a portion of property owned by the applicant that is divided by the Caroline and Spotsylvania County boundary. The property is bounded to the north by the applicant's used car dealership located in Spotsylvania, which is associated with a portion of the property located in Caroline. Bounded to the east by vacant land owned by Woodford Mobile Home Park, and to the south by the former Bargain Village. Directly across US Route 1 is vacant agricultural land in Spotsylvania County, and there's one single-family dwelling located near the county boundary in Spotsylvania County. The county boundary shown on the GIS depiction is not an accurate depiction of the county boundary. In 2019, a site plan for a used car dealership was approved on a portion of the property in Spotsylvania County, which showed some of the parking area on the portion of the property in Caroline. After Caroline County contacted the owner of the property regarding this issue, the owner applied for a rezoning of the property from RP to B1 and a special exception permit to permit the improvements that were approved and constructed in accordance with the site plan approval from Spotsylvania. The rezoning and special exception were approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2020, which allowed the parking of 9 vehicles for sale on the portion of the property in Caroline, while the office for the used car dealership was located in Spotsylvania. There was an existing garage on the property that was allowed as an accessory building to the used car dealership, where repair was allowed for vehicles to be sold by the dealership. The county boundary shown on the site plan provided is an accurate survey of the property. The property does not have any road frontage in Caroline County, and it is accessed via the entrance located in Spotsylvania. Since that time, the garage was removed and a new structure built to accommodate the allowed accessory use of repairing vehicles to be sold by the dealership. The applicant now desires to open the existing garage as a minor auto repair business for the public and is requesting a special exception in accordance with Article 9, Section 3.20 of the zoning ordinance. There have been no violations of the previously approved special exception to date. No land improvements are planned for the minor auto repair use. The applicant has removed the 9 vehicles that were associated with the dealership and will reuse those 9 parking spaces for the minor auto repair facility. 5 of the existing 9 spaces must be used for customers or employees, and the remaining 4 spaces may be used for vehicles awaiting repair. The applicant may add space for 5 more vehicles awaiting repair behind the garage and screened from view of the right-of-way. The parcel in Caroline, again, does not contain any road frontage and is landlocked by the parcel located in Spotsylvania County. An approximation of the county boundary is shown in the picture on your screen. The Caroline portion of the property begins approximately 6 to 10 feet behind the existing fence line and runs angularly across the property. The existing vehicle sales office located in Spotsylvania is shown on your left, and the approved VDOT entrance for the proposed minor auto repair facility is also located in Spotsylvania, shown on your right. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural preservation. This property was rezoned to B1 in 2019 to accommodate a used car dealership. The existing B1 zoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, a motor vehicle repair service facility is permitted with a special exception in the B1 zoning district. The proposed use is consistent with the zoning of the property. Agency comments received would be addressed via permitting should this special exception be approved. VDOT has provided comments and is asking for some further information to determine if any entrance improvements would be required or if the existing entrance is sufficient. Staff has suggested a condition that would require a site plan to be submitted to VDOT and approved prior to commencing operation should this special exception be approved. Should this special exception be approved, the building department will require minor upgrades to the structure via permitting as well. Staff offers the following conditions for the Board of Supervisors to consider if there is a recommendation of approval, to which shall be recorded in the circuit court within 30 days of receipt. No inoperable vehicles shall be stored on the property unless awaiting repair. No vehicles shall be stored on the property for longer than 60 days while awaiting repair. No vehicles used for parts shall be stored on the property. All parts and/or fluids for repairs shall be stored within a fully enclosed structure. All fluids shall be stored and disposed of properly according to all federal, state, and local regulations. All vehicles awaiting repair shall be parked in designated parking space. No more than 4 vehicles may be awaiting repair at one time. However, the applicant may add 5 additional parking spaces behind the building and screen from view of the right-of-way for a total of 9 cars awaiting repair. Should this special exception be approved, all interior and exterior upgrades to the garage structure required by the building department and the Virginia Department of Health shall be permitted, inspected, and approved. Should this special exception be approved, a site plan shall be submitted and approved by VDOT for any entrance improvements that are required by VDOT prior to commencing operation. Should this special exception be approved, a minor site plan shall be submitted and approved by Caroline County Planning Department for any site improvements. And what was not in the original staff report is a condition for a yearly inspection of the special exception conditions performed by the Caroline County Planning and Zoning Department. And this concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm going to go first because I have a couple of questions. In one of the pictures that you showed, it looked like there were U-Haul trucks in the back. Are they also renting U-Hauls, or were those?
The used auto sales does have a permit with Spotsylvania County to rent U-Hauls, and they are parked in front of the fence line on the Spotsylvania County portion of the property.
Okay. And, okay, so that answers that. And also I noticed there's their nice new building, which looks very nice, already has a title for urgent service thing. Have they been operating without a permit for a time, or is that something that was recently put on?
No, we have not received any complaints that they've been operating as an auto repair at this time. That's the sign that they applied for to put onto the building, and it was approved by the zoning department.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Forehand.
Do you have any knowledge of the site plan permit form from Spotsylvania allowing the cars outside the fence line?
Yes, so besides the original approval from Spotsylvania County, when this project was applied for, the auto repair, we contacted Spotsylvania County, and they were currently doing an amendment with Spotsylvania to expand the parking on the Spotsylvania side due to the parking of the U-Hauls. And so they've performed that amendment. It's been approved by Spotsylvania, and that's another reason that the 9 spaces are no longer in use on our side. They expanded the parking on the Spotsylvania side and moved all sale cars over to the Spotsylvania side, as well as U-Hauls.
But out by the street?
It's everything that's going on currently. Spotsylvania has said that they're in compliance with Spotsylvania County.
Well, I hope we never adopt that low of a standard in Caroline County, personally. So I think it looks horrendous. So.
I have one comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Seeley.
The Commonwealth of Virginia, the Transportation Department sent a letter. And the letter says the special exception request is for a change in use from used auto sales to minor auto repair in Caroline County. Now, are they good? Did they have, I'm confused why we're going from used auto to minor auto repair. And that's what this letter says. That's in the opening paragraph.
Yes, that's correct. So originally they had to receive a special exception from the Board of Supervisors for the for the used auto sales, because the original site plan showed 9 parking spaces in Caroline County for display cars. And so when they came in, the rezoning was approved in 2020, and then the special exception was approved for them to park 9 sale cars on the Caroline County side of the line. However, the sales office is in Spotsylvania and sales are made from Spotsylvania. So they did have a used auto sales special exception use permit to park the 9 display cars on our side of the line. At this time, they already have removed the 9 cars from our side and are requesting to do the minor auto repair in Caroline County.
Okay. Not yet. We're having on the public hearings.
Chair.
Mr. Black.
I just had a quick question. The planning commission was talking about, I was looking at their thing, and I had marked it about the drain field. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes. So the Virginia Health Department has replied with a letter. The building department says that there should be a bathroom in the building if they're going to open to the public, which means they'll need to connect to a drain field. The health department has said that they can tie into the existing drain field on the Spotsylvania County side of the line. If that drain field is not sufficient after drain field study, then they can expand the drain field on the Spotsylvania side of the line and tie into that as well. Or the Caroline County Health Department said that they can perform a perk test and place a drain field on the Caroline County side of the line for the use of the bathroom as well. So they have 3 options that they could do to accomplish the bathroom.
Okay.
Mr. Seeley.
I did not realize you were through the public hearing. So,
We haven't opened the public hearing yet.
oh, okay. I'll wait until the public hearing's over then, because I have several other
The applicant has not made a presentation at this time either.
And Mr. Underwood, welcome. Glad y'all made it back safe. Continue.
My presentation is concluded. I'm happy to answer any
Any other
questions that you may have.
questions? Have we had any complaints on this business? Either, well, you wouldn't know about Spotsylvania side, but have we had any complaints?
Not that I'm aware of. We have gone out there a couple times. I believe Mr. Fincham went out and asked them to relocate a few cars one time. But we have not had any complaints, and we've not had any violations on the business.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there are no more questions of planning, we can go ahead and open the public hearing.
Would you like the applicant presentation?
Thank you, Craig.
Hello, Craig. He's tall.
He's a little taller than
He's
I am. Yes. Good evening, board members. Chairperson Long, says chairman on there, but my name is Steve Judy. Some of you may remember me from the last time we met with regard to this. I'm an attorney in Fredericksburg. My address is 9301 Bishop's Lane, Fredericksburg, 22407. I represent MBL Auto Incorporated and the owners of this business for their application for a special exception permit to allow the operation of a minor vehicle repair service facility on the property, portion of the property that is located within Caroline County. I thank Mr. Pennington for his report, and I won't belabor with repeating many of the details of his report, but I do want you to know that if the permit is approved, that all of the conditions that were indicated in his report that my clients will comply with. However, just as Mr. Pennington stated, we were not aware of the last condition until tonight. I haven't had a chance to really look at the legality of that question, but my understanding is that the county can go over there anytime they want and inspect the property and make sure that they're within compliance. So whether we agreed to accept that condition or not, it's something that happens. I would note for you that it's my understanding that a prior use of this property, before my clients even bought the property, that there was a van sales center and a automotive repair shop that operated in the old building that was on the Caroline side. So what my clients are suggesting here is not that different than what was there in the past. The owners have operated the car sales facility for the last 4 years, and as Mr. Pennington said, there have been no violations that have occurred in those 4 years. They have paid all their property taxes, and they've tried very hard to be a good business partner both in Spotsylvania and in Caroline County. As I know, as Ms. Long recalls, 2 years ago, the existing building that was located on the Caroline side was very dilapidated, and the owners tore it down, and they applied for a proper permit to tear it down and to construct a new metal building that you saw in the picture there. And that building is about 1,800 square feet, and it has already 4 garage bays in it with that they've been using, as Mr. Pennington stated, to do minor repair work on vehicles that they are selling on site. And that's what it's been used for the last 4 years. So the infrastructure for a minor repair facility is already in place. No new buildings are necessary. No intent to do any construction other than the possibility of adding some pavement behind the building in order to have additional parking space for other cars, limited to the 5 that Mr. Pennington described. There will be no noticeable change to the traffic in and out of the facility, and anyone driving up and down Route 1 during the day is not going to notice any difference in how the business is operated as of right now. it will be pretty much status quo as far as traffic and what you see from the road. We are, however, aware that the special exception permit is granted, that it's not the end of the permitting process for my clients, that if you all agree to grant the special exception permit, there's still the issue of building code inspection, of filing a minor site plan, and the issue of bathroom and septic facilities. They will have to comply with the requirements of the county and the state health department. There was some language in the report, I believe, about tax. And in a sense, this makes this business a little more attractive to Caroline County, because as it operates right now, it's used car sales, and they're really, other than the personal property tax and the real estate tax, there is no tax on the work that's done in that building. But if this is opened up to the public for a minor repair facility, there will be sales tax on all of the parts that are sold, the fluids that are put in cars, and the service work that's done. And so that will generate sales tax, of which Caroline County will be a part of. I had a conversation with a person in the Commissioner of Revenue's office and confirmed all that, and I believe Mr. Hughes has also spoken with folks in the office and pretty much confirmed that, yes, what work is done on the Caroline side, what products are sold on the Caroline side will be, the sales tax will go to Caroline County. A little additional background. Mr. Pennington stated that the owners of this property were before you 4 years ago requesting a rezoning and a special exception permit to operate the car sales facility. Those of you on the board at the time, which I think is most of you, remember that the application for the rezoning permit was a result of the owners not knowing that while most of the property was on the Spotsylvania side, that this portion was on the Caroline side. It's something that they unfortunately discovered when it was brought to their attention by your planning department. And they worked through that process to correct that error, and you all did approve that rezoning and special use permit. So why the request to add additional business on the Caroline side of your property, of their property? I asked my client that question, and I was impressed with the answer I received, because it wasn't what I expected to hear from him. I expected them to say, well, used car sales are down and we need something else to generate income. Well, certainly that's true. I mean, come on, we have to understand it is business. But here's what they told me. The main idea for the car repair facility and the name they wish to call it, which is Urgent Auto Care, came about because of a more than one incident where people stopped by and sought out their assistance because of issues with their vehicles. The story my client shared with me, and I'm going to share with you, is when recently an elderly couple traveling from Connecticut to Florida stopped at the car lot seeking help with a problem with their car. The elderly man reported that his check engine light had come on, and he was concerned about whether it was safe to continue driving down 95 with his check engine light on. And he could not find a repair shop anywhere along 95 or on Route 1, but he saw their facility and stopped in to see if they could help. My clients had the necessary equipment, computer monitors and mechanical equipment on hand and the ability to run a quick computer diagnosis on the car, and quickly determined that it was a very minor issue. In fact, it was low air pressure in their tires. Put some air in their tires, sent them on their way, didn't charge them anything. Well, this kind of thing has happened several times along Route 1. People have stopped in and asking for assistance. So as I said, in the app, and it's also stated in the applicant's narrative, unexpected breakdowns or when warning lights come on in your car are highly inconvenient, especially when they occur during traveling in unknown areas. There is no other car repair facility that I know of along the stretch of Route 1 or 95 for more than 8 miles in either direction of where my client's property is. And with the Kalahari Resort coming in to operation next year in Spotsylvania, there's probably going to be a significant increase in out of town traffic up and down Route 1 and on 95, and likely to increase the number of out of town drivers who discover that they need assistance with an issue with a car. So this became the idea and the premise behind urgent auto care, just like many of the urgent care medical facilities that you see around. Instead of having to go to the hospital and wait 3 or 4 hours or more to be seen, we have these places popping up where you can go and hopefully quickly get a diagnosis for a minor problem and be dealt with and get out of there within a relatively short amount of time. And so this is sort of the same thing, that, hey, my check engine light is on. Hey, I'm having a problem with my windshield wipers, whatever the case may be. Or, and of course, there will be people who stop in for oil changes and things of that nature. Did I turn that off? Having the same problem the other lady did. Is my time up?
Your time, I believe, ran out.
I was under the
But
impression
if you would go ahead and finish up.
I will finish up. Anyway, as I said, that's the reasoning behind wanting to do this. It sort of came to them because people are actually stopping and asking for help. And so in summary, the 2 points. One, if this special exception is approved, there will be no significant change in the physical presence of the structure in the building. You won't see any difference. And secondly, unlike with the way the current setup, the county doesn't receive any benefit from taxes, but if there is a separate facility there, everything that's on the Caroline side, that's done on the Caroline side, will be properly taxed, and their accounting will be done to reflect what's done on the Caroline side versus what's done on the Spotsylvania side, and the county will benefit from that.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to make a comment, please come forward at this time. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this issue? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Comments, questions?
I do. Just, is there, I don't know if someone from staff can come up. I just have just one question and concern.
Yes, sir.
I like the idea, I mean, of this. I think it's actually good for the county because it gives people more options. My only concern is coming up Route 1, and I'm trying to remember because I don't really go that way to school anymore because of Kalahari. Like, it's, the construction on the water park. And I see here where they're saying Kalahari will bring, in the comments here, it said Kalahari will bring more business to them, which is obviously good for them. But Page Road, the intersection of Page Road and Route 1 just got, rated as the most dangerous intersection by safety-wise in the state of Virginia. So my only question is, and I don't know, do they have, are there turn lanes there, or is there
There's a taper for making a right in. There's no left turn lane.
Yeah, so I guess that's my only concern is there's some sort of traffic issues because we've, like I said, Page Road has had plenty of accidents and people are going up that. And was there VDOT? I didn't see in there. Did VDOT have any comments that this was okay, or?
So the original used auto sales, VDOT looked at the entrance for that and approved that entrance with the Spotsylvania site plan. We unfortunately do not have any road frontage for this property. It's all in Spotsylvania. So the condition was placed that they must submit a site plan to VDOT, which would en route go through Spotsylvania, to have the entrance looked at for the increased traffic for an auto repair if that was necessary. VDOT isn't sure that it will trigger any turn lanes for a used auto repair, but that condition is what's going to.
So they would have to, yeah, sorry, so there was something there from the Spotsylvania side at least, some sort of safety measure in place.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. That answers my question.
Mr. Thomas.
Greg, I guess this may be more for the applicant. I didn't see any change in the conditions for the hours. Looks like the hours are staying the same.
Correct. So we did not condition the hours on the minor auto repair.
Right.
The hours are conditioned on the used auto sales. And so those conditions would not apply to the minor auto repair. If you wanted to condition hours of operation, you would need to add that condition to this special exception permit.
Well, I don't necessarily want to condition the hours. I just wanted to inquire about the hours, because what we have here is there, and the lawyer made the very, very good point of this will help the community and travelers going through, but they're actually closed on Sunday.
The used auto sales is closed on Sunday according to the, is that the conditions or the narrative?
That's the narrative, I believe. Yeah. So when is the repair place going to be open? Do you have an idea?
That would be up to the applicant.
Is that something you guys have said? Because the lawyer said it was going to be a great thing for travelers. So if we're traveling on Sunday, it's not a great thing.
Well, Chick-fil-A is a great thing for people too, but it's not.
I'm just using your words.
I understand. I appreciate that. The intention is that the repair facility would be open the same hours as the car facility. It is the same people operating the two businesses, so it would be difficult for them to have someone come in on a Sunday to do that. So
So you're closed on Sunday?
I think that's their intention right now.
I just wanted to know.
But that may change.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Mr. Seeley?
I have a couple questions. And I guess this is for the applicant. What was the old wooden structure that was there when you were here for this first special exception? We were told that that wooden structure was going to be used to detail vehicles, and that structure was going to be repaired.
That certainly was the original intent, was to fix what was there, but unfortunately the building was in such poor condition that it had to be removed and a new building put up.
I'm going through what I'd actually recalled from the first time around, because down here you have it's a commercial building you've put up. So is it commercially inspected, or is it just a commercial building? Because there's two different standards for building this. Staff?
So the building was constructed with a commercial building permit and inspected by the building department and finalized.
As a commercial building, not as just a new structure. That's truly because we've got buildings that are commercial buildings that are not built to commercial standards. So I'm just making sure we're at a commercial standards here, because what we were told is that building was going to be used as it was, and then we get this package and it's a different building.
Yes, and so I went back and watched the previous meeting for the approval, and the building was discussed, and it was mentioned that they were going to try to rehab the building, but if the building couldn't be rehabbed, then they would try to replace it. Ms. Long asked about size, and they said they were going to try to keep it a similar size. Depending on what commercial building standards they had, and make it a little bit larger. So they did replace the building, and the building department issued permits and inspected it. The current building official has said that if this gets approved and they open to the public, then the building will need new permits and be re-inspected and make sure that all commercial standards for public entrance would be adhered to.
Because first you told me that it was, and now we're saying we're going to re-inspect it.
So it was permitted commercially and inspected that way originally, but they will have to make upgrades to the building should they open to the public.
Okay.
She's gonna have a bathroom.
It's a change of use from an accessory building to a public minor auto repair.
I think I said in that conversation, tear it down, build as big a building as you want, because it's in Caroline County, if I remember correctly.
So we're going to require a new site plan so we don't go through this again, correct?
Yes, so the conditions is that a minor site plan will be submitted to Caroline County for any on-site improvements such as screening the 5 cars that may be put behind the building from the right-of-way. We're conditioning a site plan with VDOT for the entrance so that all turn lane warrants are looked at and the entrance is upgraded appropriately. And we're conditioning that the permit be submitted to the building department for upgrades to the building and the health department connection for the drain field.
One other thing is, did they submit a Spotsylvania business license when they submitted this application? Have you,
For this application,
so that we know they have a business license in Spotsylvania?
we did not check for their Spotsylvania business license as this business would be located solely in Caroline. We checked back in 2020 when the site plan was approved and we went through this process then. We checked with Spotsylvania to make sure they were in compliance with everything prior to the application. And Spotsylvania confirmed in September that they were in compliance with Spotsylvania.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, just had a couple questions. The new permitting allows them to continue to operate, correct?
So if this were to get approved, the building department said they need to possibly most likely add a bathroom and then maybe other upgrades due to the public being able to enter the building. And so they'll need to upgrade the building as the building official says.
Is there a time frame?
They won't be able to open the minor auto repair until all improvements for the building department, health department, VDOT, and planning department have been met.
Okay, and I didn't catch the attorney's name, but he mentioned that all the proper permitting was completed when they removed the old building and put the new building up.
Yes, I checked with the building department and they confirmed that they had the permits and everything had been finalized.
And I guess, my question then is, the upgrades necessary now, why were they, if this is a commercial building, why were they not insisted upon during the initial upgrade?
So the previous building official was involved in the permitting of this building and it was not being open to the public. And so that's the difference. Here, as a minor auto repair, the new building official is open to the public, says that if it's open to the public, it's a change of use and they have to go through the permitting phase again.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Any other questions? Right. Thank you, Ms.
Clarify one thing.
Yes.
It is the intent of our clients not to allow the public within the building itself. If someone comes in for auto repair, they will stop at the office that's on the Spotsylvania side. Their car will be taken over to the facility. The only people that'll be in that building will be the workers themselves, the repairmen. That's our intent. But if the county, the building official, still requires additional facilities change because of the change of use, we will do what is necessary to meet those requirements.
Thank you for the explanation.
So do we know if that's going to be, is that part of the minor site plan? Is that going to be a compliance?
So that's going to be up to the building department, but the change of use from the private garage that it is now to the minor auto repair, it is going to trigger a change of use permit. The building department's going to re-review it, and then whatever upgrades that the building department says are required, they will have to perform.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I guess one last question to the building
Sorry about
department.
that.
Well, Mr. Underwood just said some, so that building can't be used for what it's being used for currently since they've applied.
Currently,
So if they're approved, they can't continue in this quasi mode for a year and a half until the other whatever is required is done.
so according to the previous permitting, they are still allowed to use it as an accessory to the used auto sales if this were to get denied, to repair cars that they have for on the Spotsylvania side of the line.
No, I'm saying if it was approved,
If it was,
They-
I understand.
flip
I'm sorry.
side. Because what I don't want is, well, we're approved and we've got to make those repairs, but we're going to use it for what we've always used it for until we're done. So this is the converse of that.
So I believe the applicant's plan is to continue to work on his own cars for sale in there as an accessory use to the used auto place. In between,
That's back to Mr. Underwood's question, how long do they have? And you said they can't get an occupancy permit, but they've already got one. So what we end up with is a quasi, it's still what it was because we're not ready for what we want it to be. So what is the time frame for this?
so we wouldn't let them open the minor auto repair until they complied with everything. The way the used auto permit that is still in place, because that's not being repealed, it would allow them to continue to work on their own cars in the building for sale on the Spotsylvania side of the line, but they would not be able to work on any one from the public's cars.
You see the catch-22 we're in. And I'm just looking for which way will it be? And how do we facilitate that? Because nobody is driving by there regularly from the county because it's not in the normal traffic pattern. So how do we ensure that if this is approved, it moves along, it doesn't languish that way for a year and a half?
I drive by it every morning, every night on my way to and from work.
That still doesn't get us where we need to be. There needs to be, those are just my thoughts. There needs to be some time frame.
Sir, I'm going to say your question's a bit confusing. A car is a car, whether it's a car that they're working on for their business or whether it's a car from the public. The limitation is the number of cars that can be worked on at any one time. And that whether they continue working on cars for their business is their issue, because.
Well, you've asked for a special exception to change the use.
May I finish, sir?
No, you're going down a vein that's what I traversed. You're saying you want, this application is for a special exception to do minor auto repair on other vehicles. And I understand that they're doing repairs, but where's the debarkation? Where is the line in the sand that says, because we don't have somebody to go there and go, that's not one of your cars, you've started your minor auto repair. We've been caught in this catch-22 before. So I'm just looking for a line in the sand, and maybe Mr. McKenzie can help me. But I'm looking for where does one stop and the next one start, since this application's here now?
Sure.
So for the commencing of operation of the new auto repair, the zoning ordinance sets out 18 months from day of approval that they have to commence operation or the special exception is void. So there is an 18-month window that they have to get everything done and get their OP. For the repair of the cars for sale, that's a separate special exception. And so that special exception allows them to repair those cars in this building, unless something's changed with that original special exception permit.
I'm going to go back to the letter that I read you that was sent that said they're changing. This special exception request is for the change in use from auto sales to minor auto repair. So that building, according to this letter, wouldn't be minor auto, wouldn't be for used cars. It would be for minor auto repair. I'm just looking for the demarcation line for, if you're saying in 18 months, so we're going to have to, in 18 months, we're going to have to say you either are or you aren't, and that's going to be the line?
That and the zoning ordinance states that if a special exception ceases to operate for 2 years, then it's void. And so the original special exception, if they don't have any used cars for sale on our side of the line for 2 years, then that special exception is void. And they wouldn't be able to then use it as an accessory to repair their own cars.
You see my point. We're in one of these where we've been before with other things.
So the biggest difference really is their property, they have the right to prepare and fix on their time in their building. But when they're working for the public, then they're going to have to keep those books totally separate so that taxes and tools can be taxed and that type of thing. Is that going to be possible?
Can you repeat your question? Because I honestly, I
Well,
didn't get the first question.
Am I looking at this correct? They can use the same building, but they can work on their own cars for sale on the other side of the line, like they're doing now. But with this special exception, they can take in cars to work on, which will be sort of in a separate category, and those cars will be run as an auto repair service and be billed and taxed accordingly.
That is correct. Okay. And so back to Mr. Seeley's point, the special exception sunsets in 18 months. So I think your concern of it being in this loop, that sunset takes care of that, because if they don't commence this operation within 18 months, then it is void. That's the way our current ordinance stands. So you have 18 months when the special exception is issued, you have 18 months to do that use. If you don't do it, then it ceases. So I don't think there's any concern. And we have, your concern about monitoring the business, we have a code enforcement office now that allows us, that does this full time. So I think the prior concerns about things not being monitored, that was the whole purpose of us adding that position. So, I don't think there's any issue there. And so.
Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. Well, I could open public hearing. All right. So where do we go from here?
Do you want to make the
By
motion?
district. All right. I was new to this position when they started the sales down there. I believe the planning commission did a good job. I would like to see us get more of the real estate tax from these gentlemen. So I would move that this be approved with the conditions as recommended by staff.
Ms. Lung, just to clarify, the one condition was not in the staff report. It was introduced tonight. Is that with that new condition or without the new condition?
With that new condition. All right, so I've made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So moved. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Part, where am I on this list? We've jumped back and forth on this schedule all night long.
We're on number six. Yep.
All right, so we're going to move forward with unfinished business. Continued discussion of options for regulating the stockpiling of soil on developed parcels.
Good evening, Mrs. Chairperson and board members. So this is being brought to you because the board had asked for staff to investigate options to regulate stockpiles and the disposition of soils from construction sites and or land disturbance activities. Currently, stockpiles are regulated by Chapter 45, the environmental regulations. In Article 1, erosion sediment control, Section 45-4, submission and approval of plans, content of plans, Section B. There's a statement that notes that permanent soils piles are prohibited. That's in our current ordinance now. So staff reviewed the ordinances of Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William counties and found that these jurisdictions do have some language that have some additional definitions and some language that clarifies that spreading of construction materials is not an agricultural exempt activity, and that property receiving those soils from construction activities must have an erosion sediment control plan to receive those soils. After looking at those ordinances, staff determined that there were some several items adopted by Prince William and the definitions in Loudoun that, if adopted by Caroline, would further enhance our regulations of stockpiles here in Caroline. And that would include clarification that offsite soils from construction and other land disturbing activities is not an agricultural exempt activity and require compliance with Chapter 45. Also, some additional definitions would be beneficial. And then the possible inclusion of height and slope limitations on stockpiles would also be beneficial. I think that's a concern that was raised as well. And then also language clarifying that, only stockpiles may only contain materials from on site. And as I noted, further clarifying that you cannot just take materials from a construction site and then take it to someone's farm and then spread it on that farm. It is a held belief sometimes that that is an agricultural activity, and it is not as defined by the Code of Virginia. Those are not exempt activities. And so I think the concerns raised about stockpiles are valid. We have seen plans for some buildings to go subsurface. And when those buildings do go subsurface, then they will have additional soils and materials that they'll have to dispose of. I think it's a prudent idea to limit them and enforce the current ordinance that they not be permanent. And I think it's also prudent to enhance our ordinance to make it clear that there are some limitations. So if you wanted to regulate height, like we noted, you could add a height limitation and slope requirements as well. So we brought you this information to try to address those concerns that were raised. And so we're happy to hear your comments.
I have questions.
All right. And let's see, who turned on first? Mr. Forehand?
Mr. Hughes, using the soil pile beside the YMCA as an example, would any of the changes prohibit that from being done in the future if it's stabilized and grass planted and all that?
We could institute language that would prohibit that from becoming stabilized and being a permanent mound. That is the intent of the language that's in the ordinance right now that says that permanent stockpiles are not permitted. That's essentially a stockpile, whether it's stabilized or not.
Right.
It's a stockpile. So technically, the current ordinance speaks to that situation.
In what respect does it speak to it currently?
Because essentially it's a permanent stockpile because it's been there for so long.
Right.
So
to the letter of the law, it's how it's written right now that that mass shouldn't be there?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if someone wanted to use an earthen berm of considerable size, is that, I assume that's a allowable activity for them to do?
It would be, because that would be an approved item on the site plan and would be serving some screening function.
Okay.
Screening out
Even if
for
it's not
visual.
required by the county, hey, I don't want to hear the streets, so I want a 10-foot berm around my, around this frontage or whatever, that's something that would be approved.
You could do, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, the earthen berm is what I'm the most worried about with some of these places. We can end up with redoubts everywhere with earthen berms that are 20 feet across the top and 40 feet across the bottom. But I would like to also see height and slope for stockpiles. I visited a place that was unbelievable. The YMCA looks like a flat football field compared to what I have seen. So I will tell you, my concern is that as we get projects of some of the sizes that we're looking at and all that, soil is, whatever it is, isn't needed. We haven't been able to do anything about the YMCA site. And I don't want multiples of those around, even if somebody owns them, because all we're doing is chasing them and it's staff time and we end up nowhere fast. The Prince William, the first bullet, develop a policy for stockpiles planned to be in existence for longer than 6 months on all residential projects and 12 months on commercial, but it doesn't, there's no ending date. It just says longer than 6 months or 12 months on commercial projects. I mean, so the YMCA is still a commercial project and the dirt pile is still there and we now own it. I mean, those are the kinds of things that I think we need to be cognizant of, because when they appear, you can't change the ordinance because it is when they start. It is what it is when they start, is my understanding. Is that true, Mr. Hughes? This ordinance, if it wasn't in place and somebody had this huge amount, we couldn't retroactively go to them and say, hey, our new ordinance says.
Well, we have an ordinance in place right now. Our current ordinance says permanent stockpiles are not permitted. So there's guidance in the state code as to what a stockpile is. So right now, we could, if someone was to have a stockpile, our ordinance today, that could not be a permanent stockpile.
Well, there are localities around the state that have spent a pile of money legally on the state ordinance that didn't hold up. And they've been, when we can go get the Supreme Court case for one of them, and it just drew my attention in conversations with folks about how little protection we actually have from this. And when it happens, it's on us. So that's why I'm anxious to see us. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it can't go on farm fields, but I'm going to tell you, I'm not sure state code prohibited it.
And that may very well be true. And that's exactly why we're here tonight having this discussion, so we can, in conjunction with Mr. McKenzie, craft an ordinance that will stand up in court.
Okay.
And achieve the goal that you want. So.
But the height and the angular is I think, is critical in what we're looking at.
Time frame is
Yeah, I mean, do we want redoubts at every business site that we're building? I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You said
and angles.
with two.
With two, because we don't need something 90 feet wide, 40 feet tall, because they can't get rid of it. And growing stuff on some of that, as you well know, is near impossible. That's the other side of the coin, is you end up with these piles and stabilizing them. It's at the will of whatever will grow in it.
Mr.
Hughes.
Mr. Underwood, and then I'm going to go. Okay, Mr. Underwood.
In our ordinance now, you said it says permanent stockpiles. Is that our language? What do we define as permanent?
So
the
Is there a
code,
time?
there are time parameters established in the code. That
And they
say,
are.
Temporary stockpile is less than 12 months, according to this paragraph.
Thank you.
Is that ours that they're, the one I'm looking at? That's Loudoun County, right? That's the one
Yes.
I'm the one that we have, I'm talking about the one for Caroline County.
No,
We,
I don't have that.
we say, you keep saying permanent stockpile. Well, the YMCA's been sitting there for 6, 7 years, maybe 8. Is that permanent or is that just temporary?
It's a permanent stockpile, and that,
Right, so.
but that's an enforcement issue. So a lot of the issues that we have here fall back on enforcement. So previously there was not a full-time person doing enforcement. So now we have staff that is dedicated to enforcement.
So you see the majority of issues with our ordinances that they weren't enforced, like other things.
That is part of it. Part of it is that they're antiquated and they need to be updated. So you take the combination of those things and then you have the issues that you have, correct?
Okay. So those permanent, not permanent stockpiles that we have, if we make an adjustment to our ordinance, is our first responsibility then to go back and clean up the issues that we have to bring them up to standard, or do they get a pass?
No, they don't get a pass because we have an ordinance in place that says you shouldn't have a permanent stockpile. So we could retroactively go back and hunt down stockpiles. We could do that, yes.
So you're going to upgrade this ordinance to make sure it meets and it's clear in terms of what the objective is that we're trying to achieve, and that is to remove these eyesores, basically.
Yeah, to prevent them from being there permanently. And I think what our ordinance currently does not address are height and slopes. That's not addressed in our ordinance. And then to make it abundantly clear, the language is not explicit that spreading soils on a farm field is an exempt activity. So to add language to make that expressly clear that you cannot take construction spoils and put them on a field and that be an exempt activity. That is not an exempt activity.
Thank you, sir. My feeling, if the board agrees, is that we should charge the planning department to take all this wonderful information that we have looked at and our current ordinance and bring us back a draft as to the updates. One thing I noticed when I was looking through these papers, Mr. Hughes, is I didn't see a lot of things about erosion screening, which I always thought was mandatory when you had, the black plastic around the base to keep runoff when it rains, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. Maybe I just didn't catch that page in here, but I think our environmental staff members should also be in on this. We have a lot of wetlands. We have the river. We want to make sure not just we don't want people buried under landslides on mountains, as Mr. Seeley and Mr. Underwood were pointing out, but we also don't want it running off onto other people's property or into creeks or rivers.
So this section is actually the erosion sediment control section, and although it's not explicit, the ordinance says you have to comply with the minimum standards, and so those minimum standards do include silt fencing. So I completely understand what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify that there again, it's not explicit language that says you have to have silt fence on every property. It says you have to have a plan that complies with the minimum standards. And of those 19 minimum standards, one of those standards is that you have to have silt fence. So it's there.
And it just needs to be written so that people realize that it's on their property, they're responsible for it. It needs to stay on their property and not in somebody else's backyard.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and that would be, if the board agrees, is that this be a new assignment for the planning department.
Yeah, can we move forward and get an ordinance draft? Does it need to come back to us?
It's going to have to go through the process, so it would have to go. The other part of this is amending chapter 1, the zoning ordinance as well, because there are provisions in the zoning ordinance that work in concert with the ENS ordinance. So it would actually be amendments to both. But yeah, so the ordinances will have to go through the planning commission as well. So we'll just follow that normal process.
Yeah, I really do think this is something we need to move on and update, considering the difference in construction and products.
So, Mr. Sealer, what we can do is an initiation through you all, so we can bring you the draft back and you can say, yeah, we like this, and then send to, you can initiate it and go to the planning commission and come back to the normal channels.
Yeah, that's fine. I know it's going to take some time to draft, but I'd rather be ahead of the curve and get it right than behind the curve and trying to play catch up.
Amen.
So can I ask for clarification? Are there any other items beyond the height and the slope? Because I think that's the one I heard clearly. And you want to make it explicitly clear. You want a time frame.
We said width too.
Width, thank you. And you want to make it explicitly clear what is permanent and what is not.
I got a.
Screening.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to look at it. I've already lived through that.
So are you talking screening up construction sites?
If there's going to be a huge pile of dirt and it's next to a school or something, we don't want kids going over there. It needs to be secured so that it's safe and it doesn't devalue people's property, especially if it's going to end up being a permanent one that we have to take them to court for. Because it's not allowed.
Mrs. Long.
Yes, Mr. Black.
I just had a couple of questions I had highlighted. It says 250, because I was looking at the Prince William one, down further from what Mr. Seeley had said, and it says 250 feet from an existing occupied residential unit. I'm not sure we would want it next to like schools and so forth that was said earlier, or even commercial. I mean, I don't want a big stockpile staying there forever. Even in if we're trying to build, like along Lady Smith Road, I don't want a stockpile of 200, or 35 feet staying there for a long time. And then the second thing, I guess that was it, is when you say 35 feet above base elevation, if you look at the YMCA, I guess I'm using the YMCA as kind of like a litmus here, because what's base elevation at the Y? Because if you look at it looks like the Y was kind of cut in a little bit, because when you're going up Direct Road, you're going up a hill. So my question is, how do you determine base elevation? Because that pile is like, they put it on the top of a hill above the Y. So it looks like it's even bigger than it is because of the fact that it's like the elevation's going up anyway, and then they put it on top of that hill. So I mean, I don't want to get too technical here, but you've got to have,
I'd have to ask Prince William how they define base elevation,
Right.
because that base elevation could be pre-construction elevation.
Right.
So I'd have to figure out how they have defined base elevation.
Right.
But I mean, it's something that could be defined.
Yeah. Because if the pile was on the other side of the YMCA, it would actually be, I think, less intrusive, because you got you have a fire hydrant sticking out, by about 10 feet up in the air, so it would be, it would have made more sense to have it on that side of the YMCA. But anyway, those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Mr. Black, they don't own the land on the other side of the only land they had to put it in was where it is, actually. And Mr. Hughes, Ladysmith Village in general has a spoil pile off Durrett that's sizable. Make the Y one look a little not so big. So just so we're aware.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's in between the Y and Route 1.
Oh, I don't know. I have to go.
There's a gate there. So.
Okay. All right. I was thinking on the other side, I know where there's, but it's an active construction site, so. Yeah.
This is when they were, at some points when they were digging basement foundations in the neighborhood where they didn't have any room to put it right next door. They were taking it there. Some of it got hauled off. Some of it did get moved, but it's sizable from 15 years ago.
All right.
So.
Okay.
So do we don't need an official motion, just a charge. So is everybody in agreement? We're going to let planning move forward with this? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any more questions for us? Just call us when you have questions of, is this really what you wanted? All right. All right. Joey, I was going to ask the board if they would mind if we skip to 8 because it's getting late and this lady has been sitting here all day. Do you mind? All evening.
She came to the last meeting as well.
I know, and she was here at the last meeting. So with the board's indulgence, we will move on to number 8, come back and pick up 7. But this is for considered funding for the 10-7 farms.
Could I ask her a couple of questions real quick? You gonna pass something out?
Yeah,
Okay,
ready.
you got a grant for $62,000.
correct.
There's no matching funds required from the county.
Correct. It's not required,
So
no.
you want the county to basically provide some funding that you could use to get reimbursements back from the grant?
Correct. Now, with that said, specifically in regards to the new memo that was released yesterday, which pauses all federal grants
Oh, the executive order.
and their reimbursement, there's really no timetable at today's meeting to say when those funds would be reimbursed to us in order for us to be able to implement this grant.
But I'm assuming some of projects that are in process or about to be in process would eventually be improved by the White House or executive order.
Correct. So it's just a pause, but with that pause, there was a call on it today, even with the mental health roundtable, in order to sort of evaluate everyone's standing in regards to SAMHSA grants, which this is. So the SOR grant is released under SAMHSA. This is a federal grant.
So we don't have to give you the whole 62,000.
You don't have to give me anything. Nope.
What do you want?
Yeah. Whatever you're willing to give.
But that's what I don't understand. If we
Yeah.
give you $5,000, that's for you to buy things and then being reimbursed.
Correct.
And at the end, if you get reimbursed for everything, you'll have our $5,000. You can get that
Right.
back.
Right.
You're going to give that back?
Well, in the past, you've given me 17,000, and we can talk about that, right?
Okay. I just wanted to, I wasn't
Yeah.
sure it wasn't clear here, and I was going to suggest.
Correct. And so I just wanted to kind of go over what I did with your previous investment.
Great job.
And then you're able to evaluate whether or not you want to invest again. And with that, I've given you all an investment list on your past 50, originally we started asking for summer camp, and that was 5,000. And then the following season, we actually applied for a SCRC grant, which would allow for the training of peer recovery specialists in the county. And we needed a matching side of that dedicated funds in order to be able to apply
and be eligible for the SCRC grant. We did not receive the SCRC grant. However, we did use the $17,000 for everything that was specified from the opioid abatement funds categorized under that money, which was initially to train only 6 peer recovery specialists and to purchase the cards that you have in your hand, to pass them out throughout the county, and to implement a HIPAA compliant web portal in order for us to be able to service individuals within the county with goals, individual service plans, et cetera. And the result of that 17,000 was that we were able to then, because you had invested, apply for a DBHDS grant, which was also a reimbursement grant. And so your money was able to recycle itself and actually provide for the training of 12 peer recovery specialists who are all Caroline residents who are currently working towards their 500 hours to be board certified within the county, and also to train me as a train the trainer, so that now I am able to in-service all of our trainings for mental health first aid, peer recovery specialist, BOTFIN life skills, all of those things, recovery plans, wellness plans. I've been certified as a trainer nationally and through the state to be able to implement all of those and to train in-house in Caroline our residents to serve Caroline. We've also were able to secure 4 Recovery Corps members for this term. Now, we are not responsible for their salaries, of course, that's Recovery Corps, and because we are our service site, we have one that is a peer recovery specialist. That individual just provides peer recovery services. The other 3 work in project management and workforce development, and they have been working with the Fredericksburg Food Bank, have been dispersing food throughout the county, have been raising awareness about opioids. We did a dangers of fentanyl training for the parents at the high school. We have a resource table in the middle school during lunch on Wednesdays, and a resource table in the cafeteria at the high school during lunch on Thursdays from 11 to 1. Our peer recovery specialist from AmeriCorps is able to sit in the high school and offer resource counseling to the individuals that are there as they walk through and eat. He's developed a rapport now with them. He's in his 2nd term, and he knows them really well. And so as he's there every week, they come and ask him for resources. They actually pick up food from the table. They're able to take it home. They talk about their family needs and receive mentoring that way. And as a result, that's then where we come into the SOR funding. And the SOR grant, we actually applied for, I want to say April, May of last year, and then it was postponed, and then the budget, the federal budget came out and the funds were released in September. But the contracts for this weren't available or signed, or even my award letter available until near December. And that was the first quarter already done. And so we have actually SAMHSA quarterly reports that we will be filling out. SAMHSA is trying to collect data from the opioid settlements, people who have been addicted to opioids, the treatment of people that have been addicted to opioids. And so they have set up a national portal for us to fill out these quarterly reports. And we are understood that this money wasn't awarded until December. And so the first quarter, all of our data then is 0 because it's specifically based on what this SOR funds have purchased, similar to the OAA. And so for these questions, it's with your individual who has received the SOR funding, how many peers have they spoken to, and the data they've collected over this particular quarter. And because we have not been able to even get the award yet, we're starting already in the 2nd quarter with sort of, half-legged here to be able to go ahead and start and implement. Now, the flip side of that is, again, the investment that you made prior, which was your $17,000 into the program. And I was able to secure a technical assistance grant in order to continue to train peers. We are actually implementing our second training coming up February the 22nd to train another 9 residents here in the county to be able to serve the county. And that 17,000 actually happens to have been used and implemented, and also it's a technical assistance reimbursement grant and is locked up with the USDA as of today. And so we will be awaiting how long that takes in order to be able to, again, cycle through that same $17,000. But I just wanted to let you know that $17,000 investment that you all made has in turn turned into $121,000 worth of reimbursement money, which has been cycled in the same $17,000 cycle. The book that I've handed to you is actually what we wish to implement with the SOR grant, which is best practices for individuals that are involved with the justice program, but also that have substance use, particularly in opioids. And these best practices incorporate then things that are from adolescence all the way into adulthood, which includes peer recovery specialists, youth mentors, family supports. And that is really our goal, which is to meet the needs of the whole person here in the county by people who live in the county, serve the county, work in the county, and know the county, in order to be able to provide the best care for the residents here. And this will work as a manual in order for us to be able to implement then the peer recovery specialists, which are supported by the SOR grant. One being a family support specialist, which is treating the mental health needs and the recovery needs of the whole family, as opposed to a peer recovery specialist, which is maintaining and meeting the needs of the individual who is involved with a mental health issue or a substance abuse issue.
How much you want?
Whatever you're willing to give.
I have a question. What is 10-7 Farms? Because you handed us this huge book and nowhere in it is that mentioned.
Well, this is actually from the Opioid Response Network. It's also a technical assistance for the opioid abatement settlements, which have gone across the nation. And so they actually have put this together, this book, which is specifically the best practices for serving people with substance use issues. 10-7 Farms is the nonprofit that we have here locally in the county. And I am the sole individual of 10-7 Farms, and I operate it all and work it off of my phone and my personal computer.
Because I was given, this was on our agenda last month, and this was sent to me that 10-7 Farms on your education course, and there's a global Islamic finance and banking.
That's not me, no.
It's 10-7farms.org.
That's not me.
You have a website?
Yes.
.org or
10-7farms.org, yes.
That's what this says.
I just went to it on my phone just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, no, that's not me, so apparently I've been hacked. Yeah, it should be, I'll show you on mine. Yeah, that's not me.
This one says the food bank that's changing lives one meal at a time.
Well, Mr. Forehand brought it up. I'm
the number, 7.
-7farms.org.
Was HTTPS
Yeah, www. Put that in.
I'm on their website.
Go to education.
Yeah. Top right, education, and it has an enormous number of,
That is so that Allison is.
You need to go to the mic.
Oh, yeah, that's somebody else's thing. Allison's new app is now available.
Allison is a LMS system that allows for people to receive free education in the program of their choice. And that includes nursing, it includes peer recovery, it includes business strategies, and they're able to gain free education by enrolling in a course.
okay. And your site just links to this.
Correct.
This is a third party
Correct.
vendor, probably a nonprofit also.
Correct.
If you look at their tag, it says Allison.
Yeah, I see that now, but
You might want to do something to say this is not you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, yes.
So
okay.
explain to me one more time now. You got this $62,000 grant, which the government is eventually going to release, we hope, knock on wood. You want us to help provide seed money for that so then you can be reimbursed.
Correct. If the county would be willing to provide the same 17,000, then we could continue to recycle that. If the county would be willing to do the 17,000 with the 5 for summer camp, that would be 22. It's really whatever is available to you at your discretion with the opioid abatement funds that have been released.
So where do these folks that you're training, where do they work out of? Are they at Raxby? How does that interact with the community? Because I'm lost on that connection.
We talk to individuals where they are, McDonald's, Food Lion, baseball games. We have one-to-one conversations with them, and we have oversight through the Office of Recovery Services, which is DBHDS.
Which is where?
Richmond.
I'm just lost in the path and how everybody gets connected, I guess, because I hear you're training folks, but they have to work for somebody.
No, we're volunteers. Other than these 3 people, which are SOR funded. Everyone does it for free.
And Caroline Recovery Center, which we used to fund, is no longer in existence. So they're kind of, I don't know if that's your core, but you're kind of filling a gap that somebody else
Correct.
left.
Yeah, but they were in a physical location and we had actually the judge sending folks there, which was different.
That could possibly, is that something you would consider?
We would definitely do that, yes.
I mean, we all understand how
Would you like to?
impactful opioid addiction is on not only the people there, but their friends and family and people they don't even know. So whatever we could do to help is a good thing.
I guess, can
I add one thing? I don't know whether it's in the material you have, but Tamika had recommended that really not more than 5,000 go out of the opioid funds because the tracking on this was very complicated, and she's not here to do it anymore. And I don't know at all anything about how to do it, so I'm gonna have to learn. And so we had recommended if you wanted to fund this 17, that you take it from the budgeted amount that we budgeted for the Caroline Recovery Center if you want to do any more grants to 10-7 or anybody else, but don't. The opioid is much better going to an organization like we're doing, partnering with the region where the region's doing that. We do little pieces ourselves. We got a bunch of paperwork to fill out to prove what we're doing with that money. You know how the state is when they set up oversight, and it was pretty complicated. So that was Tamika's recommendation, and she was the one that was in charge of our opioid money and reporting all that back to the state.
And that's here what you have as far as requested action. Did we turn you down before?
No.
No, we gave them.
We never turned you down?
No.
Mr. Black?
I guess my question is this, because we were at the, I was at a GWC meeting last night, and a lot of your organizations, don't get me wrong, a lot of your organizations do wonderful things, and there's a lot of them out there. We were listening to a different one last night at GWC for, a long time, 2 hours. And I guess my question is, what is the success criteria that you install? Like, for example, I mean, we can throw money at this organization, that organization, this organization, they're all out there, but when a government gives money, like, how do we know, like, what is the success criteria that you have that this is worth it for the government to do? I guess that's your rubric or whatever you're using.
Yeah, for us, because peer recovery is the story of an individual, and recovery as defined by the Office of Recovery Services has to be self-defined. Their wellness plans, they have to set goals. Those goals then are achieved, or they reset goals for another time. If an individual has a return to use, how long that return of use is calculated, whether or not that individual continues to move forward through the stages of change. All of these sorts of things are made in individualized plans. For us, 10-7 works a little bit different because we are rural by nature and we deal with relationship more than numbers. We evaluate success by the family. If this family is evidencing change, then that's success for us. And we do goals that are based on the whole family and not just the individual. So whereas other recovery centers are focused on, you're going to spend 28 days in a program, and at the end of 28 days, this is where you should be. Our goal is to support your family in your recovery and to allow the family to, as much as possible, remain intact and supported through their mental health challenges as they navigate this crisis, which could be quite lengthy. And with that, then what does that look like? And each individual has their own goals. Each individual family has their goals as a family. It's wraparound services, wellness plans, action planning for prevention and recovery. These things are all evidence-based and scientific. And so we are mandated to utilize those programs. And all of those are self-defined goals. And so we have to sit with an individual for a number of hours and help them troubleshoot through their life and narrow down then like a funnel. What is your goal number one? What is your goal number two? What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? If it's an adolescent, basically, what do you want to be when you grow up? And what does your life look now? What are the steps that you need in order to get there? And as evidenced by the family then is our success rate. And it takes a long time to do, and so that's why our mission is one family at a time, because we spend a lot of time with one individual family. For instance, a wraparound program, which involves a youth support partner, a family support partner, a facilitator, a wraparound implementer, Department of Social Services, the Justice Department, the food bank, all these individuals work together as a team. That program itself takes 2 years to implement to fidelity.
So
I'm sorry, Mr. Underwood?
thank you. So, basically, you meet each individual case where they are.
Correct.
Do you develop a recovery plan or implement a plan based on the need of that individual, correct?
Yes, correct.
You say it's research-based.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the materials that you use are provided, and that's where your training comes from?
Correct.
Is that done locally? Is it done in Richmond? Is it?
Originally, it was done in Richmond and some in Harrisonburg, Winchester, et cetera, all over the state. But that's what I spent the last year doing, which is to become trained as a trainer in all of those aspects, so that now the individuals that we train here can remain in Caroline and they don't have to travel.
How many trainers do you have now?
Today, it's me.
Just you? Okay. And your goal is to?
My goal is to train more trainers.
You don't
and as people the success story would be, for instance, an individual that, full circle, we have our resource cards in the high school. A sibling picked up a resource card, took it to the home. We received a resource call. We implemented our program. We're able to take food to the family, provide youth support to the sisters. The individual themselves was a young adult who was addicted to fentanyl, and that individual was homeless. We trained him. We brought him home. We enrolled him in Germanna. He then was able to enroll in his first semester, but had a return to use, returned back to homelessness, moved to King George, homeless. We followed him through that cycle. He is now stable. He is going to receive his medicated assisted treatment at the methadone clinic. And as a result, he also has been able to sustain that recovery now under medical supervision and is now enrolled in the new training, which we're doing, where he is going to become a peer recovery specialist. He's 24 years old, and he also will become a member of the Youth Mental Health Corps, which is coming out from AmeriCorps for the new fiscal year in the fall. And as a result, we'll be able to mentor kids that are under the age of, well, a youth mental health support partner is 18 to 29. And as a peer, they will be supporting any individual that is younger with than they are, but they're only allowed to be a youth peer until they're 29.
How many individuals have you touched in Caroline?
Over 300.
Time span, that's from how long?
Can you rephrase the question?
That 300 is from a year, 2 years, 3 years? Roughly, I'm not.
I typically impact the lives of 300 individuals on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis.
Mm-hmm.
So that individual success then looks different for each one?
Correct.
Based
Different
on the need?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so sometimes it's a short intervention and sometimes it's
correct.
Full circle.
Correct.
As well as repeat, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Long.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. All right, gentlemen, any other questions? All right, how would you like to proceed? I think we've given 5, 10, 17.
I would
go.
I would make a motion to follow the advice of our financial person and do $5,000 to the project.
And I think that was the 5,000 from the opioid funds.
No, it's for, she said for, right, Mr. Cully, am I right? She recommended 5 for the program? For the opioid program,
Yeah, from the opioid program, and part of it, what we have is, there is money from the Caroline Recovery Group that we didn't use.
Right.
And that's a possible, since they're trying to do the same thing, it's a possibility we could use that money, not at all any opioid money. Because Mr. Cully said that was harder to report.
I think it would be important that we use the opioid money to show that we're using it for the right cause. If you look at the information provided in the book regarding
Mr.
opioid
Cully?
addiction. What's that?
Mr. Cully, what did you just say with regard to Mrs. Morgan?
I think Mrs. Morgan didn't want to use any opioid money if she didn't have to due to the onerous reporting requirements. But if you were going to, 5,000 was the max. So that was my understanding from talking to Tamika back, that it was just a lot of reporting. And so we would generally would recommend not using it.
The fund?
70,000.
It's 70,000 in the other fund?
In the other.
Right, as indicated in the proposed motion, the recommendation was that it come all from the Caroline Recovery Center budget.
You can move to reappropriate X number of dollars from the account that's listed in the thing.
Correct.
That's what the motion's here. I was thinking,
Let's do 10,000 and do it all from that. And not touch.
the
and
grant
not
money,
avoid.
the grant money is
See,
not,
we have 10-7 farms in the budget, but they're in outside agencies.
Right.
The recovery center is actually in public safety where the jail and juvenile detention, and so it's in a different whole area.
Yeah, we have to move it
Just move it over.
the 17,000 used for training last time, is that possibly money you could get back from the grant?
It is money we would be getting back from the grant. It's locked up with the USDA right now.
I'm good with the 5,000 right now.
I don't think that's not significant enough. I mean, it's, well, I'd say at least 15. That would be my opinion, maybe 20, but
And that's coming from the,
coming from the Caroline Recovery Center line item, which has $70,000 in it that we're not using because they're not in existence anymore.
We gave him 17 last.
There's 70, and let me ask, is there $70,000 up to June 30th, or is that like for the remainder of the time, or does it start?
We haven't paid anything in this.
Budget, so we still have the 75,
June
we still have the
30th.
70,000,
Obviously,
full 70,000 in there?
we're not going to budget Caroline Recovery in the budget I'm working on right now.
All right, I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to move to reappropriate $20,000 from the adopted fiscal year 24-25 budget from the account 133-200-3858 under Regional Correction Facilities for Caroline Recovery Center to 10-7 Farms.
Second that.
I have a question, Mr. Kelly. Sorry. You indicated that 10-7 is already in the current fiscal budget.
I would have to look that up, but I'm pretty sure they're under outside agencies because we've given you money a couple of years. So I'm pretty sure in this budget, we've got her budgeted for a certain amount of money.
Okay.
Remember, I was sort of missing during budget last year, so that's more of a question for Tamika, but that she was here the year before, she wasn't really in the budget. We just appropriated, but then we budgeted something, I'm pretty sure, for
I don't remember
now.
what the amount was either.
I don't either. I can look it up.
Okay. I'd be interested in that. And if that has been paid out this fiscal year, you said it has not.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can look.
No, the last funds that were received were the 17,000, and that was December 2023.
so that's 10,000 a year if you break it into 2 years.
So you never got anything last year?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So this would be for 2 years.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any questions, any conversation? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The next item on the agenda is the continued discussion of the improvements at the Low Massey Park. As the board may recall, that the property was given to the county as a grant, as a deed of grant, with the stipulation that we had 5 years to construct a community center, or the property would revert back to its previous owner. The deed of gift was executed on June 13th, meaning that we only have 3.5 years left to construct a facility if we wish to retain the property. I have put together a list of site designs, VDOT designs, geotechnical services, stormwater designs, building designs, project manual detail specifications that will be needed in order to be able to make this a project that we can actually go out and bid. Completing all of these services will make that project bid ready. And then we would also have an architect to be able to provide a cost estimate of what it would cost to be able to build that facility. So as such, right now, we've asked the board to set aside $225,000. We would go out for architectural services and bring back an actual contract for you to execute so that we can actually do the design for the facility. We are requesting $225,000 to be set aside from the unencumbered fund balance. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
I do. I have a question because do we have an estimated cost on total what this community center would cost? Do you have an estimated ballpark? I mean, I know you're saying you got to go to an architect, but I mean, how much are we looking at here?
So it depends on how big this building becomes. Right now, I would say we're somewhere between $3 and $5 million.
Oh my gosh. How big of a facility are we?
So right now, I mean, we were projecting 7,500, and we've said that, we've heard that it may be 7,500 to 10,000 square feet. And at this point, we heard that the community might be involved in trying to spec out what the building would be. That does not include a gym. So if a gym goes on it, that adds more square foot, so that cost does go up.
I thought we were building a community center,
I'm thinking
not a
3,000,
gymnasium.
max 3,000 square foot public
I'm thinking,
meeting building.
yeah, I'm thinking little wedding receptions, baby showers, bingo, but not,
So we had two smaller meeting spots, one office and a smaller meeting spot, bathrooms, a kitchen, and then a larger meeting area. So the original plan kind of was looked at was around 7,500 square feet.
I think that's excessive for what I had in my mind. I mean, 7,500 square feet's significant. And I've muddled with the whole kitchen idea because it's not a church reception hall.
Correct.
It is a public meeting building. And I struggle with, I'm trying to think of the countless number of public meeting buildings I've been in. I mean, I'm not saying countless, but it's probably a dozen, but I don't recall kitchens being in them. I think we should have a meeting to find out what our scope is, because I think we're experiencing significant scope creep than what I personally had thought that we were building. Well, and if I'm going to put $3 million into it, I want to put it in the middle of the county and have it, and adds 3 million to it and have it something that we use every week.
What I would add to that was, and I wasn't part of all the negotiation, and Mr. Underwood would have to speak to this, but the building that we tore down had a big room that did have a almost commercial kitchen in it that was used by the community in that area.
It was a school.
It had been a school.
It still had the kitchen for preparation. And it also had, I don't know if they called it a gymnasium or whatever, but they had a large room where you could actually meet.
It was a big meeting room. It wasn't a gym. I didn't think.
No, it wasn't quite a gym, but it was their auditorium.
It was like, yes, it had a little bit of a stage, and it had I mean, it was a good sized space. So I think, Mr. Underwood, you have to speak up. I don't know if we promised them we were putting back, but I think from a staff, we thought we were putting back something in that size, some smaller meeting rooms, a big meeting room with that kitchen to a degree.
And that's what I thought. They were going to put something on the floor plan.
The floor plan that was there. Yes, that's what we thought we were doing. The reason that building couldn't be remodeled, it was too far gone. We were tearing it down. But in working with the Don Improvement Association, we're going to eventually try to put something back of similar size to what they had, because they did use that down there for events and wedding receptions, whatever, those type of things.
And we left the footprint there. The foundation,
concrete's there.
The concrete slab and base is still there.
And they'll tear it up and they put something new.
No, I mean the building.
Yeah.
We mean, come on, let's stop this BS. We mean tear it up. They have the right to everything everybody else in the county has. Doesn't matter if it's on the east side, the west side, or the north side. I'm sick of this big crap where you think people in Dawn don't deserve the same thing that everybody else does. I don't want to hear that.
Mr. Underwood.
Ms. Long, I don't want to hear that. I don't ever want people to sit here and degrade the people in the Reedy Church District.
That is fine, but we will speak respectfully.
I'm speaking
and in a
respectful.
You're not speaking in a calm
You can't
voice.
tell me about what tone I can use.
And you had turned
I can
on,
use whatever tone I need to use.
Mr. Underwood,
Underwood, you had
I'm
turned on
not
your
gonna allow
light, and
it
other
to be
people have a
disrespected.
chance to
Mr. Underwood, I think you misunderstood my statement about the concrete slab. My statement was the concrete slab is there, and when they build a new building, they're going to tear it up. The concrete slab means nothing.
The only thing the concrete slab does is reserved the impervious surface, so when we go to permit for stormwater, we get to use that credit. If we had to remove that, we would have had virgin ground, and we would have had to do stormwater for the entire site.
And just for our, yes, I understood. For clarity, a basketball court, a high school basketball court, all right, 90 by 50 is 4,500 square feet. That is a large room. Okay. Understood. And I 1,000% agree because I've been in that room. And I'm just saying that that's 4,500 square feet. And we are tentatively planning 7,500 square feet. And I think, again, this is a much larger, we need to meet as a board to say, all right, this is what we're thinking about before we go send an architect on a task to design a building that's twice the size of what we want, and then have them spend money to redesign it again because it's $3 million on something we thought that was going to be 1.1.
It's up to in terms of the size of the building, the scope. We haven't made the original drawing that was done.
We gave you a drawing.
Was done based on the footprint that was already there from the old building to give an idea of what could be there. They're the only, and I think when we did there were some ask fors, but nobody said it had to be 8,000, 10,000. It was what was originally drawn up as a concept.
Yeah, the existing footings that are there currently.
That were currently there.
That included the original, the church/meeting area with the kitchen. And then if you go down, there were multiple classrooms throughout the entire thing that used to be, the Progressive Center used, and it kind of shrunk over the years where the library used to be and then the daycare. And as it kept shrinking, as the building deteriorated into the better space. So the total square foot was about 7,500 square feet. So all that we did is, said we wanted to keep within that. So the building, again, we've got to go through a design and figure out what are we actually going to have an architect design to, because right now we don't even know that.
And that's a fair rationale. I just think we need to get that
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
We do want a large enough space because we would like to move the polling place that we moved over into the very small room at Dawn Library back into this building where it had been, but we moved out due to the building got condemned. So I think we don't want it too small because we do need some voting space down there for the main elections and primaries and all those things. So
that large room was what they used for polling.
Right, and we need the restrooms and those things that
we spent money repairing the roof because we were still using it for election
doors and those kinds of
and all those things. And then
certainly there should be a design or on tax records, the square footage or the signs. I mean, people take pictures. We can get an idea as to what the room size and the layout was.
I think our wallet should dictate a lot of this.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, honestly, we can design anything we want, but if we can't afford to build it, then that design is useless.
Oh, and
It doesn't matter how big the foundation. The foundation at some point was much larger than 7,500 square feet, probably.
Right.
Mr. Shebel, Mrs. Long, I've got a question.
Mr. Black.
I just got just out of curiosity. I forgot what I was going to ask you. So let me get back to you. Oh no, I know what I was going to ask. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's getting late for me. The fire station down in Carmel Church. How many square foot is that? Just out of curiosity.
The fire station is just over 10,000 square feet.
So this would be. So this is 75. 3/4 of it. Yeah, that's okay.
But then you got 3 big truck bays at Carmel Church, right?
4.
4, yeah. But, I mean, my vision was to build the same building with the same spatial relationships, maybe not as many classroom spaces. That was it. I thought that's what we'd all planned to do. Is that not what we plan to do now?
I'd never heard the 7,500 number, or I would have balked when I heard it the first time.
Well, I don't know if 7,500, is that what the original one was?
The original, no. I mean, the original square footage was 7,500, but there's 14, 15 rooms total in that whole building. So,
But for a community setting, you don't need little classrooms, you need big rooms.
Yeah.
And a kitchen, and handicap bathrooms, handicap accessibility, and maybe one small meeting room. Yeah. I think we keep it at 7,500 square feet. We're all
Mr. Shebel?
Yes.
Do you have an old floor plan of that building?
Maybe. We'd have to look into, I think we might.
If you would, could I have it, please?
Yeah.
And I'll give you some free programming.
So one of the things that we want to do is to have money, one, so that we can go out for architectural services, because we can't advertise for services if I don't have money to spend. So we can at least start that process, and then we can determine, I know Mr. Underwood had mentioned to me that he wanted to have some community leaders kind of involved in helping kind of design what the building would be. We definitely need the board's input of kind of what we're looking at. If we're looking at one large meeting space with some chair storage, table storage, closet, and a warming kitchen and some bathrooms, I mean, that gives us a great direction to kind of shoot for, to kind of come up with what that would look like. And before we actually go out to bid and have that actual number, we can have that together and kind of come up with ideas of what you would want.
What I would like to, okay, so this is a little, what I think should happen, I think we're kind of, I think we do need to set the money aside, but we need to determine the design of the structure based on dollars and cents. So I think we do need to look at, I mean, before we can do any of this, we need to determine space, size, structure, design. Because I wasn't aware that the plan that Mr. Lambert gave me, I believe, I don't think we had 14 rooms in there.
It didn't, no. It was a big room with two small rooms,
I thought
two bathrooms and a kitchen.
That's right. It was a kitchen, two meeting rooms and one large
Correct.
room.
Yep.
That was based off the old footprint, as I recall.
The square footage. I mean, the old building had a bunch of rooms in it, but it was based on
I'm
the
talking
same.
about the new, no, I'm talking about the new.
The square footage was the same as the old building.
Right. So that's how that came about, was from the old footprint. But again, we can, if we think that's overkill, we can have a discussion on it. But there is no design yet. Just the original footprint.
But it sounds like everybody feels, and of course, we'll discuss this, that going basically with the footprint, staying around what was there, 7,500 square feet, is something everybody feels would be comfortable for what they were using it for, a kitchen, a meeting room, whatever, and then we can work on the design. And I think that's one of the reasons that the funds are being asked for tonight, so that
I'm
they
part of
can
the
start
everybody,
looking.
I'm not part of the everybody. I think that's too large.
The EOC, for instance, is broken into 3 rooms. You know, you're up 1,200 square feet there. Then you got a kitchen and a couple offices off of that. So, you know, you're probably 1,500 square feet for your EOCs in the offices, maybe a little bit more than that. But, you know, so you're thinking a square foot. Are you looking for something of that size? You know, ideally, if we said you want to be able to fit 50 people in a meeting room to have a meeting, and it was just going to be used for meetings, that helps us set up, you know, with tables and chairs to have a reception. You want 75 people, 100, and those kind of things. We can kind of get an idea of how big of the space that you would want.
I think what you need, Mr. Shebel, is you need a couple of things. You need a ballpark price of what it would cost to replace the building exactly like it was. then you need a ballpark price of what it would take to just put 4 walls around the foundation. And then we can kind of decide with the community leaders and the community say, this is what we think we'll use the building for. And then we can kind of work in between those two.
So the old building was 7,500 square feet. So you're looking at about $2.2 million just for the building. Then you got all of your site work, parking lots, entrances for VDOT that all have to be done, stormwater. So that gives you an idea on what that building itself would be.
That's why I like talking to you, because you came up with a number right away. I didn't see the visual, but came with the number right away. How much would it cost to build something bigger, or just the frame around it's got to be less than that?
So we're using right now $300
If we made a
a square foot.
7,500 square foot barn and said, boom, here it is. We just put up 4 walls and a roof. You guys do whatever you want with it inside. How much would that be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still got parking, we still got stormwater management, sidewalks, lighting, VDOT improvements.
Building is not. Well, those kind of things, can you put those in like a spreadsheet so we know what our givens are? Because we're gonna have the same kind of discussion Monday.
So when you say the givens, I mean, it's in the list that I had put, I don't know if you've got the.
I got it.
So it kind of, I tried to break it down to, it doesn't include everything, but it gives you a great overview of all the different plans that we're going to have to design and to be able to actually have a community center built.
What I would be saying is all of those things, we would need a site design number. It's gonna cost X number, regardless how big the building is. I'm gonna need to spend X number of dollars on site design. Then VDOT, if VDOT says you have to do turn lane, we know what that's gonna be.
Wasn't there a breakdown of cost? When that.
We broke down the baseball field and the track and the building. Basketball courts, we had that broke down into different things, and you know, they were best guesses. And one of the things of designing the building, that's why you've got the architect, is to try to come up. Right now, we know you're going to be somewhere around $300 a square foot. You know, but so trying to really get a good design. And having an architect, he can give you the best price once you know what you want.
Mr. Shubu. Mrs. On.
Yes, Mr. Black.
Thank you. Is it possible to go, and I think that's kind of what Mr. Thomas was saying, to come up with like, if you go to the architect and say, hey, look, we're gonna go ahead with trying to design this thing, is it possible to go ahead like with an A, a B, a C, and D? I mean, will the architect do that? Say like, here are your options for, or is that, I don't know, that
well, you couldn't design all of that. I mean, that cost to design that. I mean, it is a lot of design work to go into each one.
Yeah,
your light safety plans, electrical, HVAC, they're all different based on the size.
You're gonna pay hard.
You know,
and what I was saying is, relation to what he's saying is, if you give me a building that's empty and you give me a floor plan of the other two, we can meet with the community folks and do what's called programming, what items go into the final building.
Mm-hmm.
And I just draw little squares and say, this is a square here that represents the meeting room. This is a square that represents the kitchen. We figure out those and then give it back to the architect and say, now design this.
Yeah, I think we need to kind of figure out what that square is going to be. You know, 7,500 square foot is a pretty large building.
Well, the discussion.
And I think most of you have been to Lake Landor Heritage side, and we had some meetings over there with Aqua, or talking about Aqua. You know, that's a decent sized meeting space over there. I think there was a little kitchen on the back side of that too, and bathrooms.
I mean, you can ask them what the square footage of that is. I doubt like heck that's 75.
It's not. No, I'm saying, but that's still a decent size. I would say that's a couple thousand, 2,500 square feet.
Yeah.
Is all I would say that is. So I think that's a decent space.
95, don't want 45%. That's I think we just came up with. So that gym in there, we can walk in that gym and look around. It's about 4,500 square feet.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
This was a high school gym.
It was a high school gym.
Yeah, it was a high school. I'm thinking a elementary or half court. Or do they need full court? Is that something they need to have down there?
I'm just saying that's the square footage, 4,500 square foot. You can walk in, we can walk in there right now and look around. That's an enormous amount of space.
Mr. Warren, can you use your mics? He's
You
not
can walk
picking up.
into the EOC and look with those doors all pulled back and look at that, and there's a kitchen in the office at the other end.
But he just said that was 1,200 feet.
But I'm just saying, if you're looking for scope and size and don't take the ceiling into account, we've got plenty of spaces we can walk into and go, because this isn't the gym. I mean, the gym comes later. We're trying to get a structure there.
Well, does the gym come later?
Me and Mr. Underwood have been talking about it. Turn your mic.
When we looked at this years ago, it was looking at getting a community center. We felt the gym was an add-on because it was going to be so expensive, to be honest. So when Mr. Lambert took the footprint that was there, he just took the square footage and put a building around it and cut it up into the two large rooms and the kitchen.
And some gang bathrooms.
And yeah, and that's
Three,
how
four
that
bathrooms of each for each.
concept got to, just based on what was there. Yeah, and that's part of what, I think that's part of what we need to do with the community and say, where was the Dawn Library before we built the new one? On the left side. It was in that building.
It's in the same building.
So the only thing down there that's been in the last 200 years built is the Dawn Library. Okay,
no.
maybe not 200.
The
maybe
Family
50.
Dollar. Dollar General.
Well, I'm talking a facility, yeah, and then, well, that too.
Yeah, so on the left side, there was a doctor's office at one time. In the center, yep, substation for the, afterwards, that went in there. The centerpiece was kind of the library.
Right.
And then to the right
And the
was
right
the
side
community area.
was the stage and auditorium.
Right. Yeah,
And
so the doctor's area kind of went away, and then it was a childcare for a while, and then they put this little substation in there. We had a construction office down there at one time when we were doing the Dawn sewer project, and then that area got really bad. That's when it got condemned. When we were in there, it was like, you shouldn't even be in here. So that piece got condemned, and it was just the library, and then the piece next door, and that's when we built the new library, and then that whole section kind of turned into some of the pastor's office where the library was. And then the rest of it was the center. So they used 2 or 3 of those for storage.
So there's really no county facility in that area other than the library.
And the fire station.
And the fire station. Well, that's, Port Royal's a town. You got a big town hall, don't you?
Fire station.
You do have a big town hall and a fire station.
We have the.
Okay. But it is a town hall. It is something though. And it's not the county, it's a town. Okay. If you can help me, I'll be happy to help you.
I don't know if they're like clear direction other than providing you with finding the square footage of what that building used to look like. So we can get that, and I can share kind of the diagram that we had laid out. And again, that was just using the square footage, knowing that we had to get to meetings, and as we talked with Mr. Underwood, of trying to figure out exactly what this building would look like before we could design it. So it's part of those. And of course, you would have your design guy there kind of helping facilitate and making sure that we could get the notes of what we wanted. And we can come back if you would like.
Do we need to move forward with doing funds for getting somebody to start with looking at that? Or are we going to have a meeting first? What is the board's?
Well, I've got a couple months. I mean, I've got to put this out to bid. It'll be out on the street for 45 days, and then we've got to score the engineering or the architectural firms. So we're probably 75 days out and then planning around a board meeting just to get an architect on board. So I really need the funds just to at least get that piece. And I think during that time, we can try to massage what we think this building is going to be, whether it's a couple thousand square feet, 5,000, or whatever the board wishes to for a size of a building. And we can come back with a few smaller designs and say, here's kind of a floor plan with bathrooms and a place that'll hold 50 people, 100 people, 150. Whether we want a warming kitchen or more of a commercial kitchen. We've got a warming kitchen here. You can't really do any cooking. There's an oven to kind of heat. There's no industrial stove. There's no frying of anything. So we can't do any of those things.
Mrs. Long?
Yes, Mr. Black.
One of the things I think that, in going off what Mr. Forehand had said, and I think it's going to be really important, is we're coming up on the budget process, and we definitely have things that we want/need in this county. And I think one of the things that we have to do is, as a board, and Mr. Cully, I don't know how we do this as part of but say, hey, look, here are the wants and needs, and like, what are the priorities? Do we need, what is falling apart in the county that we need to fix? Part of the capital improvements, and see where the costs are going to be coming from in the future. Because I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I just need to know, like, we're up against it, financially, I guess. So, I mean, until the data center money comes in.
And in talking today, we were thinking we could even make this a phase project. I mean, you could start off with a couple thousand square feet. You put in one big meeting room, bathrooms, and a warming kitchen, and know that you could expand this wall in the future, and you could, again, add another whatever. And if you want to do something in a third phase, you could start off. You don't have to build this monstrosity right off the bat. You can start off and build something smaller that eventually you would expand somewhere into something else, and make sure that you just got a wall that you can do that to.
Yeah, and all your civil is that
Correct.
they were built out.
Correct.
It's already there, and your utilities, your electric rooms are all sized accordingly.
Right.
But I do think we should move forward with approving funds to put out your bids so that we're ready for when we have somebody.
Right. And I can't
go.
spend the funds till I come back to you anyway. So we would be back before you to spend the funds and ask for those appropriations to that and execute those contracts.
You're just looking for to get a architect retained, not to actually start, because we haven't given him direction.
Correct.
Start, okay.
We've got 2 months.
Mr. Forehand, I don't think we need an architect retained just yet. I think we need to have a meeting with the people in Dawn, the community leaders Mr. Underwood has identified, or whoever wants to kind of figure out what they see the needs are, and then we pare those needs down to what we think we can do, and then go out and get an architect. And we could do that in a couple of months at the most.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chief, you're gonna have to put out information and then wait for some people to sign up to actually want to be our architect for this project.
Yes, well, so there's 2 ways to do it. One is you go out for architectural services that you can use for whatever building you build. So if you're going to build a new public safety building, you would do a 5-year contract. And anything you're going to build architectural, you would have that. You'd have your architect selected to build that. The other thing is you can be very specific and write an RFP for a building that'll seat, 100 square feet with, bathrooms for male and female and a warming kitchen and maybe an attendant room and storage. And you put that out and you have them come back with a proposal of what they would design and how they design it. And then you would actually score based on, what do you think this looks like and this is the best? Or you can say, I want X, Y, Z, and come back and give me that. So I guess there's 3 ways you can do it.
Yeah, I like the idea of saying, hey, we want a meeting room that holds X number of people. We want a kitchen. We want bathroom batteries, and we give them that list and say, here, this is what we want you to design. Give us some options.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's now or whether that's a month or 2 months from now, I don't know. But I think that's.
But we would have time to have a meeting and to get.
Yeah.
We would have time to have a meeting you would have a meeting with your constituents, get some ideas and come back and discuss. But we could start with putting out the request for somebody to take on this project now. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and advertise for architectural services, and then we would be able to put a committee together, review the proposals as they come in, and then we would bring back the ranking to the board, have you approve the architect, and then we would come back with a specific task contract to construct or to design the Dawn Community Center as the board wishes in size.
And in the meantime, Mr. Underwood, you have your work cut out for you.
No, see, what I really think, I mean, I'm gonna have the discussion, but I think this board should give input. That's what we're looking for.
Well, we were talking
Now-
about having a meeting. I thought
No,
that's
no,
what we meant.
I mean, even before that, like we're doing now, we're having a discussion about space and what it kind of should look like. If I take my kids to the candy shop and say, get what you want, they're gonna grab. I think it's nice to go in with a preconceived idea of, no, we can't do that. That's out of the,
Yeah, you don't have a
Right.
banana split. You get
this
a
is
nice
within reason. Or you say, I'd like to have this, well, this is possible, this is not possible. So I think we, the board, really should have, I think, a discussion. What I would like to, the way I would prefer, is that we say, this makes sense to me. Whether I agree or disagree, we could have that discussion. Then I go back and have a discussion, say that we looked at this and this is what we're thinking about. What are your thoughts? They say, well, we think this is too small. We think this is too this. That gives us dialogue rather than, we're not telling them, but in a way we're giving them direction as to what we can and cannot do, because we don't have an unlimited budget.
And it is easier to give feedback if you are already looking at something.
Right.
Versus
Like he brought,
creating something from.
when Mr. Lambert brought it to us, he had a picture
Right.
of this is what we think this building could look like. Didn't say it would, this is what we think. And that's what we should do based on our budget, our thoughts, and long-term.
We can try
Do
to
we
find.
have a consensus on that?
We can set the money aside, but I mean, to do that part, but I think we need to have more conceptual from us first.
Mr. Underwood, we would be glad as staff, at the next meeting to bring back 3 or 4 conceptual drawings of
think that would be
a
best.
building for you all to kind of look at. And we can, because some of the things you're going to have is you probably want a small office space for a staff member if they're down there opening the building and things like that. We're going to need a mechanical room to put everything. We're going to need storage room to make sure we got plenty of storage, a data room to be able to put your data stuff and your phone stuff in. So we've got each one of those.
That you need, right.
That we need. So we can kind of lay out and we can find some plans online and say, here's a couple 3 or 4 different plans that you can look at and say, hey, we like this, or no, we don't really, this is way too big, or that's too small.
And then we can take it out and say, hey, this is what we can do.
Let me come back at the next meeting with that information and.
I would feel better that way.
Steph, I don't know how the board feels, but I would almost, we rather do that in a separate meeting than to add it to a board meeting.
All right, I got my blood pressure up now.
I'm trying to forget about that. I just thought maybe we meet a half hour early one day for a board meeting so we could discuss things, because you're going to be looking at papers, and I just think it should be a separate meeting.
And I know you've got a bunch of budget meetings probably coming up as well. Maybe you could tack on 30 minutes to a budget meeting.
Is that,
For us, yeah, I can't.
Yeah. Monday would be too soon, so.
I think we're booked up on Monday.
Yeah.
So is it all right if staff sends a couple of dates and ideas out to everyone, and we'll see if we can get a consensus on a time to take this topic up and look at some of Joey's rough ideas? Mr. Underwood, is that okay?
And I can send those out, before the board meeting so that you all would have those drawings prior to that, so you'd have time to look at different things.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Steph. Appreciate it. All right, where are we at now? We gotta get moving here. 9, can we postpone, can we postpone 9, Mr. Underwood? All right, we're gonna move number 9 to another meeting.
You could actually postpone 10. I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Colley about it yet.
All right. We're gonna postpone 10.
All right, I've got 11. And 11 is a review of the special exception for American Tower. As I stated in the information to the board members, they've appeared to violate one of the conditions of their zoning, but I did get a correspondence or an email from their attorney who said they were going to look at it this week, so we will postpone that also.
All right. Okay.
Can we go
that
back and
takes us-
pick up appointments?
No, thank you. All right. We bypassed a couple things because you gentlemen weren't here. So
We were doing our best.
you were doing your best. I know, and we're glad you got back safe and sound. All right, under number 2, board appointments to all the different things. Hold on, I gotta get back to 2 in my book. All right. So currently, Mr. Underwood, you are on Rappahannock area for the aging. Do you want to continue with that? Or do you want to trade out?
Sure, nobody's free during the day, but probably me. So
So you're going to keep that one?
Wednesdays at 12:30, and I don't think
Yeah, I can't think of
nobody wants to travel to Fredericksburg with me, I guess.
I go.
And I'm old.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right. Well, it might be easier to ask, does anyone want to change anything? I've got several, so if anybody wants to switch out with me for something. Or just take
I'm
a
good with the
second
ones
one.
I have.
All right.
Stay on telecommunications with broadband?
Yeah.
Do we need to? He's got
I asked David that same question, and he thought you all should continue with the broadband committee for a while, right?
Yes, sir. Ma'am, the request for participation in the BEAD program is being directed through that broadband committee. So we need to leave that open, as well as there's some promotional activities that are required by the board under the contract with the state. So at this point, I think we do.
All right.
You think you do need board members on the committee? We're not saying get rid of the committee.
Oh,
We're saying do we need board members on the committee?
That's optional at this point. I think most of the planning and management is done. We just have basically follow-up activities from here on out.
Does not matter to me.
We don't have to have anybody on it.
All right.
Well, I know you've had a hard time making the meeting.
Yeah, I was there last night because I was in my office and I'm like, oh, look, I'm here. Hit the Zoom wouldn't come up, but it came up on my phone and eventually I saw the video. Took it a while.
I just got a quick question on one of them.
Email said you didn't have to be on.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Forhan, is the Recreational Advisory Committee meeting? Do you guys, when was the last time?
I haven't been much of a participant, honestly.
Are they still meeting? We have, there's our tax money, half of our cigarette tax money is going into facilities for Parks and Rec, and so I think that would be an important one for planning for the future of what we want to do.
We to answer your question, Mr. Black, we have scheduled meetings, but we have not actually had the members to show up.
Do you have them on, are they on a regular basis? Like, do you say, like, we're meeting once a month, we're meeting on a second Tuesday or whatever? I mean,
We normally meet like every other month.
On a set date, like a?
On normally the first Thursday of each, every other month, yeah.
So first Thursday of like February, first Thursday of like April, first Thursday?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send out those reminders.
Yeah.
Start sending them 2 weeks ahead every week.
We've been struggling with this for a couple of years, though, to be fair. This is, well, I'm being kind.
All right, so is everybody all right, Mr. Cully, you okay with keeping your Rappahannock Regional Disability Board's position?
Because I'm getting ready to make a motion that the board appointments stay as they were last year.
And I was going to second that.
Okay, well, consider that done.
I have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
So we're still officially on the broadband committee, but we don't have to show up.
It's whatever, it's when time permits.
Because you're important.
We've got close, have you guys done the closed meeting? Oh, you're not done.
I just went and spoke with staff. We covered the vast majority of closed meeting. The two exceptions that we haven't covered were the contract and the matter and the real estate matter. There were two contract matters, but we didn't receive the edits on one of them yet as of today. So that really only leaves the real estate matter, and it doesn't sound like that's particularly time sensitive. So it's really up to the board's, bandwidth at this point. If you want to go into close and discuss those items, I'm happy to do so. None of them are time sensitive at this point. They could certainly wait till February, as far as I understand.
I'm with you.
I'll make a motion that
We did not finish the
Well,
appointment.
we gotta finish the appointments, hold
yeah.
on, guys.
We did the appointment.
We did some of them.
So, so everyone's all right with the first ones, the Board of Zoning Appeals.
You need
Mr.
an enlargement.
Satterwhite, we need somebody to replace Mr. Satterwhite. But he doesn't want to be reappointed again, so we need to do that. But do we need a name tonight to ask on that one? No? Okay, just remember that. Yeah, okay. And let's see, everybody said they're gonna stay with their own committees, so where else do we need to go? We need the Rappahannock area safety, and that tends to be who? Who takes that one?
Alan.
She has indicated she does not wish to be reappointed.
All right, and the requirements to serve on that should be, or who should we get, we need some names.
Is there any
I don't know.
particular qualifications for that?
I don't think so. I've not looked into that, but I don't recall any specific requirements.
Am I reading this wrong, Mr. Parton? It says the Code of Virginia requires that persons convicted of DUI enroll in. That doesn't mean the person who we appoint has had a DUI, right?
Oh, God.
Oh, aren't you funny? Okay.
I just wanted to clarify. I mean, it wasn't intended to be a joke. I really wanted to.
Gentlemen, let's get back on point here. All right, we need to come back at our next meeting. Can we wait until our next meeting? Because I have no idea who we're going to put
I'd
on
like to
this.
motion that we appoint Ms. Esty Howard to the Hanover Community Criminal Justice Board, who's willing to serve again.
Second.
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will come back to the Alcohol Safety Action Program. Maybe the lady that we just gave money to will serve.
Is it still back there? Neither he nor I think.
I'm serious. Call and ask her.
By the way.
So, all right, where are we at now? Is that it, Ellen, for appointments? Okay, calendar. Remember the 3rd.
Yes, remember, we need to recess out of this meeting to the 3rd at 5:30 with the school board.
5:30?
I won't be there.
Yeah, that's right. You will or won't? Okay.
It says 6 o'clock. No,
Since
No, it doesn't.
5:30.
No, 5:30.
How did we get 5:30?
That's when they're engineers and they want to meet with a certain amount and go over a certain amount of stuff and then break for pizza and then finish up. They say it's going to take 3 hours.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, just do it.
No, I mean, come on, 5:30 and then we're going to be here till 9 o'clock? I mean, getting here by 5:30 is a challenge.
Here.
Yep.
Here, I think. Oh, the EOC, so everybody can sit, have a seat, but at this building. Our next board meeting is the 11th. And then the President's Day holiday, Monday, the 17th. Mr. Foran, I found in the budget, the 7-Eleven farm is $5,000 in this budget year. Line item.
And that will stay where it is since we've already allocated 20.
Yes.
Or adding 15 to it, or.
Yeah, well, we could just add the 15 to it, but yes, I knew it was a line item. I remember talking with Meek about it. We said, well, they're kind of regularly appropriating to it. Let's just make a line, put some money there.
Sure. Okay.
And that's all I have on the calendar so far. Oh, polar bear plunge to be determined when you can plunge without it being, ice. That's right. Without, a lot of blood.
Yeah, without getting cut up.
Sharks.
Board comments, please.
No, Mr. Cully was going to give us an update on the Board of Assessors. Right, Mr. Cully?
Jason, they'll meet with Jason Cowan, but they can't do that till he finishes and sends out the notices to everybody.
Oh, he hasn't finished?
No, not yet. And he hasn't. And when he finishes, there's a certain notice that's got to go out. That's got all this wording on it by state law.
Right.
And once that gets out to everybody, that'll have the number of who to call, which is him, and then he'll set up appointments and meet with the people and go over it. Then if they're still not satisfied, then they'll call us to meet with the Board of Equalization, which y'all have appointed those folks. We haven't gotten them trained yet.
That's part of my question.
And we are looking to hire a part-time person just for minute taking.
For them?
For the meetings that are held here.
Okay.
Our office will handle all the coordination and all that stuff, but to actually come down here and sit and take minutes, we're going to get somebody to do that.
Now, while I was testing the new GIS system last week, data is already in there updated for certain properties that I would be familiar with. It's changed. So is it not in already, or is it some of it in?
I have a question because I have a constituent that called me that said his 911 address for his parents' property on Route 1 is now different.
That's, we fixed that. Remember you sent me.
This is another one. This is on Route 1. This isn't down in Sparta. We're starting to get erroneous.
Route 1. It was Route 1 that you emailed me. Somebody emailed.
Okay, it may have been because he sent me an email, but it's funny how, because I had that other property down on Stump Road that the wrong side of the house was the other house. Do we physically fix those as a county and send those to somebody?
We got to fix them to him because the parcel behind my house is in the Bowling Green district. And that's not right. Regardless, Reggie, that's not right. I know that one's not right. It's behind my house.
But back to there shouldn't be any updated numbers because he's got that shouldn't be getting anywhere in the system because he's keeping all of the reassessment in a separate system. That shouldn't have hit anything that would been updated to GIS. But that's a Mark Bassoon question, but I understand, but I'm just, reassessment's completely done off of our books, off of everything. And then when it's finished, it's transferred and put in, and that's when he sends the notices out. Once it's put in our system, then that's how it is exported out to GIS. So I would find it somewhat, I would want to know how a number would have changed from on GIS, because that's coming from the AS400 or Vision or whatever that is in the commissioner's office.
Right. So any other closing board comments? I have one. Roll Farms is open full-time now, down in Port Royal.
Soft opening.
They did not want one. The soft opening was where you signed up and you got a ticket.
They can't.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't, but they're open now. I will tell you, they're open because I see cars and all the closed signs are down. It's in the town, yep. But Horn, and then there's always Horns you could go eat right next door, get lots of good ice cream.
I'm going to eat, so if somebody want to make a motion,
We have a closed meeting.
no, we canceled it.
We closed, that's right. We put that one off too.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
No, it's
recess.
not adjourned, it's recess.
Recess, motion to recess.
February 3rd.
Hey, I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I
vote nay.
will not be present on the 11th, our next meeting. I'm having surgery on the 10th, so will not be here. 'Cause
That is understandable. You can Zoom.
I may not be here on the 3rd, and if Reggie doesn't.
I'm going to be on medication that you don't want me.
All right. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, you can stay here. The rest of us are going home. Staff, thank you for being here. Have a good night. Drive carefully.
I'm sorry.